and gentlemen, it's the Time Spent Poorly Show with your hosts, Edwardo, Hudds, and Brother Ron, being brought to you live and in color. Here's Edwardo with a brief interlude within this kick-ass intro to give you a rundown of tonight's topics.
Thanks, The Beard. AMC is pissed at Warner Media, and we couldn't be happier. Mandalorian is heating up as it nears its Season 2 finale, and we have another installment of Edwardo Has All the Streaming Services. Will social media's lust for incendiary wokeness or China's pursuit to harvest all our DNA be our ultimate downfall? We'll talk about it. Plus, more post-election coverage as we make weird history. And are aliens just waiting for us to be better before letting us know they're here? The former head of Israel's space program seems to think so. All of this and much more tonight. Now back to you and your beautiful voice.
Don't worry, Eduardo. We don't measure manliness by the depth of our voice, but by the length of our penis.
Oh, yeah!
Make sure you're subscribing and ringing all the bells to ensure you're kept abreast of future live broadcasts. And hey, if the live show is past your bedtime, or you only have time to listen, please visit TomSpentPoorly.com and subscribe to, rate, and review the audio version of the show using your favorite podcast app. All you need to know, from accessing past episodes, future live broadcasts, as well as other shows on our network, it's right there. There's also a link to our Patreon if you find yourself compelled to support one of your favorite shows. Without further delay, please welcome your hosts, Edwardo, Hudds, and Brother Ron.
Hey!
Nothing like yelling into a microphone that's not
even on. Welcome.
Turn my headphones up.
Welcome to the program. We have Jeff on the show tonight. It's been a while, Jeff.
Welcome, Jeff.
Been a long time.
We're in the same room. We're just on different screens.
And we're moved around. Yeah, the whole setup's changed a bit since Jeff's been on last time.
Yeah.
Brother Ron is here with his usual snacking.
I was going to say it wouldn't be a show without me eating during the entirety of it.
You know what? Listeners love it when podcasters eat into the microphone.
It's an intimate closeness that I build.
It's
with
that
the audience.
ASMR.
Yeah.
We're filling that hole. Auditory, sensory,
masturbatory.
masturbatory.
I was going to say mouth relations.
Masturbatory reflection.
We shouldn't look it up though.
No, let's just we'll stick with masturbatory.
We'll go with that. Yeah, I like it.
How's everybody doing? It's been a little while since we've actually sat down.
Life is good, man.
The listeners
really
don't know that though, because the's been a
no audio listeners don't know that because
content
we're churning it out every week because the last time we sat down for like 4.5 hours.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been a steady stream of warm auditory urine into their ears.
Shout out to Werner Jerky. Yum. Good work, folks.
Werner.
Yeah.
Werner.
You can get big bags of it at Winco.
Nice.
For a very, very affordable price. And yeah, they make some good ass jerky.
I've been making my own jerky lately.
Oh, have you?
Oh, yes.
I've been thinking about doing that. I have a friend, my friend Cody, his dad makes his own, and I got to sample some on Saturday when I was over there. And
I've got some. I'm making some tomorrow.
Nice.
My wife likes my jerky when I make it when she's not there.
I'm
because it makes the whole house
I smoke it outside.
smell.
I'm thinking about
Like a gentleman.
If I'm going to develop a new hobby,
Like a real man.
I think it'll be jerky making because for one, I'm a total slut for jerky, and I just could eat it all day, every day, and it's way too expensive at the store. But
I can make.
You make jerky and bring it to the show. I'll eat your jerky.
all right,
and you can
sounds
drink my
good.
beer.
Yeah, I was going to say we can trade.
Barter system.
Yeah, I like it.
I can make 3 pounds of jerky for $15.
God
Holy
damn.
crap.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
Yeah.
My last batch.
Now you're
last
talking my
batch
language.
Was the best batch I've ever made, and
Are you doing steak or do you do the ground
steak.
steak?
Yeah, and I do slices, and the ingredients were chili powder and salt,
Oh, really?
and it was.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it's magic too.
Yeah, there was no brine; it was all rub.
Mm-hmm.
And 7 hours maybe in the smoker.
Nice.
It's done.
Speaking of homemade concoctions,
Yeah.
Ward's new porter, correct?
Yeah,
Porter?
this is the porter. This is the second batch I've brewed.
I will be honest, it's not my palate as much as the last one was. It's a little bit darker, and it's got a little
You
bit more of
burned
a
through
bite
that
to
last
it.
one. Like,
Dude, that shit was
every-
good. Seriously, every show
Ron's like, I don't drink very much, and then
Yeah, no, every
he's
show
like
I would
11
drink like a
deep.
6-pack. It
I'm
is
like, I
good.
might just walk back
It
to
is
the house.
good.
I like my beer like I like my man, black and stiff.
Back and stiff.
But yeah, no, this one turned out good. I want
Yeah, it's
to.
tasty.
I got my third batch is in the fridge too. I got one bottle, because it's still the whole batch itself is still conditioning, but I pulled a few early. I'm sure it's fine. It's just the carbonation process. So
Yeah.
when you put them in the bottle,
Does it take 6 weeks or something?
no, like 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's pretty quick.
This batch, the fourth batch I have over there, is a cold smoke clone for which is based on out of a brewery in Montana, Missoula, and I found it on a forum, and then I spent like weeks studying it, and then buying this. Then I bought all the ingredients and did it a couple weeks ago, and then this coming Saturday I'm gonna bottle it.
See, now I tried cold smoke for the very first time on Thanksgiving, actually, and I genuinely didn't like it. But I can tell you already, that stuff smells better.
Better than the cold smoke that you tried.
Yeah.
I did you have it from a can or a
Yes.
bottle?
I poured it from the can into a glass, but yes, it was from a can.
The can, because I tried one of the cans I bought the other day to do like a taste test, and the can I had did not resemble the memory I had of the beer.
Okay.
So I don't know
Yeah, I wasn't a huge
if there's
fan.
Did you have it at like the brewery itself?
yes,
And the keg lines probably hadn't been cleaned in 2 or 3 years because it was Missoula, right?
right.
Yeah. So part of that was the moss and stuff that had grown in the keg lines.
The
So it's specially flavored.
Is there a technical term for that outside of moss?
no, there's
I hope there's not.
there's a there's a yeast
Missoula
sludge
moss.
that builds up in the bottom of your
I
your
will
fermenter
pay
that's
you to
called
never say
Trub.
the words yeast sludge.
well, it's got a better name. It's called Trub.
All right, yeah, I
Trub.
like that.
Trub.
That's got a good ring to it.
And then,
That sounds
I
like
made
a bad nickname.
I dumped
you
it
give
at
your
the end of
friend
my
in high school.
driveway.
Like, what up, Trub?
So I'm going to refer to my ex-wife from now on. Trub. What's Trub? Yeast sludge. Yep, that's you.
No, it's again. I mean, you're very, very well aware of how much I liked the last one. I drank more of that than I probably drank of any other beer in the last year, and that's not an exaggeration because I'm not a big beer drinker. But yeah, this is good. I like it.
Yeah, you were going back for more. I'm gonna
Always.
try to brew that one again. I think it was good.
It was really good. Like that's again. I've said it several times on the show. That was one that I was intending to try just to humor you because you're my friend, and it was very quickly something I'd buy the shit out of this.
Yeah, that one I was upset that I was only having one because
Yeah.
it was like one of those, I could drink this all night beers. This one, I could drink one and be like, yeah, because it's heavier.
Well, I will have more
It's
than
like
one.
it's tasty, and it's like, I could drink one of these and just be like, yeah, that was a good beer.
Yeah.
But the other one, no.
I mean, Christ,
The other
I
one
brought
was like,
chips
yeah,
and queso. I
could drink like
definitely have
11
more
of
than
these
one beer.
motherfuckers.
The one that I had is gone.
I'm almost
Oh, do you want
there.
another one? Or do you want
I'm
I'll
almost
take a
there.
different one.
You want? Okay.
It's
I need to
definitely
try-
light for a porter, though.
Yeah,
I
it
need to-
is.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's not chewy at all.
Like a lot of porters are heavy, and that one is not heavy.
Yeah.
I like them like ice cream.
Yeah, see, I
You know
can't,
what's really
I can't do
sad?
that. When my beer's that thick, it just
None of these
we don't
people are
along
ever
with
going to
well.
get to try
You know
any of
what's
this
weird?
beer.
I can't.
They're so good.
I can't eat food with a dark beer. It ruins it. It has to be on its own.
Like not even like appetizers,
No.
like some fries or
No,
something like
not-
that. Really?
Yeah. The second I put food in my
Did
mouth,
you say the word
Appetizers?
appetizers?
I did. I put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, but
Appetizers, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody's going to start working for Applebee's.
no, my girlfriend does.
Oh.
She brings me buffalo
I
wings
haven't
all the
poured
time,
that
and
yet.
it's
Oh,
amazing.
that looks good.
It looks really good.
Pretty clear.
Ooh,
Which one's that?
ooh, that
That's
looks
the-
pretty.
that's the Hell Ace.
I don't think
I
had
was
that
gonna
one.
have another
It's
one
new-
of these
no,
porters, but I will
it's new
totally
tonight.
try
Oh,
that.
is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks pretty.
Have you ever had a Bud Light?
Is that what it tastes like?
Once or twice on a dare.
That's what I was wondering.
I was gonna say on a dare, yeah.
When I sampled the
Only when I'm out of Keystone Light.
That's unfortunate.
when I sampled it before I bottled it, the sample I had was it's not as carbonated as what's coming out of the bottle now. That's why you bottle
Actually,
it.
this tastes a lot like my favorite beer out of Costa Rica, Imperial.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it tastes almost exactly the same.
Nice.
It's crazy the resemblance. And you can only get Imperial in Costa Rica.
Well, now you got it here.
Now you can get
Or
it in the
like
shop.
kissing cousins close enough to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's warmer in Costa Rica, though.
God. It ain't even that cold out tonight, but fuck, it has been.
Yeah,
shit.
tonight was kind of a gift.
So where are we starting with this? Do we want to start with the Mandalorian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
'Cause I just watched the new
Fucking
episode
wow.
on Sunday after football was all over.
Now you haven't watched it.
I just started episode 1 and I was like 4 minutes into it.
Do you
Oh,
care about
shit.
spoilers?
I could give a shit.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I know a lot of people that don't care.
Man,
I know he
after-
doesn't
A
care.
man after my own heart.
3 minutes after we have this conversation, I will have forgotten about
That's me.
Okay.
Like,
That's not my problem. My problem is I just don't give a shit.
it. And there's that.
There's those people that like lose their fucking minds over spoilers. Like, oh, you really know my whole life is just like if your whole life is ruined because you found out like the little green dude on Star Wars has a name. Like you probably need to check your whole life out.
There are movies where you don't want to know the end.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the usual
They're
suspects.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That would have
Usual
been
Suspects.
Yeah. 7.
7, great one.
Kevin
Yeah.
Spacey movies.
Any of the the guy that did
Sixth Sense,
yeah,
arguably.
the Sixth-
Yeah, the
that
M.
guy
Night
that does
Shyamalan movies
any of
where the
those
whole
movies.
movie is built around a twist at the end. If
Yeah.
you know that, then,
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
Twist
there
movies,
are those,
but-
seriously, who cares?
Yeah.
Really.
I saw a flood of people that were super pissed off about. They were like Hollywood Reporter had an interview with Rosario Dawson about showing up in this season as Ahsoka Tano, and they were like, "Well, way to fucking cover spoilers." And it was like, dude, they announced
That casting was
she
announced before the
before
whole,
season 2 even started.
before they even
Well, they even
started
announced like
filming
Katie
season
Sackhoff's
Yeah.
character too. All that.
Yeah, so you knew she was going to be coming at some point. It was just a question of when.
Right.
And I don't know. I'm with you, Jeff. There's some stuff where I do feel like what you're talking about. Like I deliberately, when Infinity War came out, between its international release, which was like 8 or 9 days before its U.S. release, I didn't get on the internet
Cool.
because I had waited. To be fair, I'd waited a long fucking time to find out what was going to happen in that movie, so I didn't want to know anything. But that's not.
Everybody.
That's
already
the
knew what was
exception,
gonna
not the
happen
rule.
before
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah.
I mean, really. Normally,
Yeah.
spoilers they enhance your viewing because you're just kind of waiting for what you know is going to come.
I don't even watch previews though. That's my big thing. Like, if I see a movie that I think I might like, I'll watch the first little bit of a preview and I'll shut it off because the whole show is in the preview.
A lot of
It's
times.
hard.
It's
Pisses
hard to
me off.
find good previews that don't just give you the whole movie anymore.
It's hard to find good movies
But,
too.
but
Well,
you
yeah.
know,
That was-
if you go from probably 90 about 90 to 94 is when they stopped just telling you exactly what was happening. Like, if
Yeah.
you go back and look
Yeah.
at like Die Hard's original stuff or like Lethal Weapon, they just give you the whole movie.
John McClane's having a bad day.
Yeah, the whole movie is right there.
Well,
Yeah.
It's worse with
for
comedies. Though.
Trailers should be made for like TV series and stuff. Like when you're introducing a new series, do that 2.5 minute, 3 minute trailer to just unfold what's going to happen this season or what's going to happen for this series. Maybe not a season, but yeah, I think trailers are made for
Yeah,
for
don't
re-
give me all the
that
story
medium.
arcs.
for
like,
recent
introduce
reference.
me to the characters, so
yeah.
I'm
did,
not like in the dark.
it's like,
in the
oh,
first
this has
episode.
that guy.
For recent reference, did you guys watch Fat Man yet?
Yes.
I did. I loved it.
I really wish I wouldn't have watched the trailer for it.
What's that?
The Mel Gibson
I watched the
Santa Claus
trailers.
one with Walton
Oh.
Goggins. Yeah. I
watched-
really, after watching it, I wish I wouldn't have watched the trailer for it.
See, I watched the trailer. So
What was
long
it on?
ago, I forgot what it was about.
Well, I got it off the high seas because I don't care about those kind of things because I spend money on the media that demands me to spend money on it. And that's actually a movie I would buy. Like that, after watching it, it will be an annual Christmas
I paid for it
movie.
on. I paid for it on Prime because it was $14 or
No,
$15.
see,
So
I
was
will
like,
happily, after watching it, I will gladly buy it for that price. But I want a physical copy. I don't want to deal with.
You're one of those.
Yeah, I am a physical media slut.
Yeah. Well, no, I used to be like, someone would ask me, like, I have over
streaming services to not
1,000
lose stuff,
DVDs.
so.
We have over 1,000 DVDs in our household.
Same.
But right now,
I
those
did until my ex-wife
we
sold
don't
them all
use-
for drugs. But anyway,
I have 1,000 DVDs. Now I have 0 DVDs.
Did you pawn them?
No, I sold them to my neighbor for $5 a piece.
no shit.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice.
Damn. Does he have any more he'd like to buy? 'Cause-
He felt through 'em and he's like, I'll take this one, I'll take this one, I'll take this one.
Wow.
I gave a bunch away. Movies and media is so easy to get anymore. And guess how much space a hard drive takes up?
yeah.
Not much.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you get the same quality.
Yeah.
You can watch it. You don't have to put it in a DVD player.
There was that tiny window, that quality window where it was
Yeah.
shitty for stream. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I had
You
a
couldn't watch
bunch
it
of
without
stuff
it
that
looking
was in
like
really
some
bad
dude had
shape.
filmed it in the theater with his.
and you're
Sony
watching and you're like,
Handycam.
I don't even understand streaming. How does streaming work? I don't
Yeah.
get the, and you just can't. But now it's like that's
Not
the
anymore.
the standard.
That beer's good.
Yeah, I want to.
And
Yeah.
Good.
Would you hand me one of those?
The hell is?
Yeah, please. I want to try that.
I'm interested to see if internet service providers move forward
Thank you.
in the way they provide their service. Like if it's going to continue to just be a flat fee for like up to X amount of data.
They need to
They-
do unlimited data.
Yeah.
They do have unlimited data now for
It's not
Through-
accurate though.
through Sparklight.
Yeah, but they
It's not-
throttle you after a certain extent.
yeah.
It's stupid, is what it is.
I haven't been throttled, and we use a ton. But they tiered us at one point for about 5 years. We were on a tiered plan because that was what Sparklight was offering, or
Yeah.
Cable One. But then but what they do is they change plans, but they don't tell you, and they just kind of they keep you grandfathered in whatever plan that closely fits whatever they've changed to. But you can find out. You like it?
I don't just like it. Yeah, Jeff, you're right.
You're gonna drink all my beer.
I'm gonna drink all your beer now. This is fucking good.
That's fucking fantastic.
That's really good.
I'll have to have one of those too.
The
then.
porter is good. That is fucking great.
Nice. I haven't tried one.
No,
from
it's
the
good.
Valley.
It's really good. But no, my dad actually, oddly enough, we've done this really fun role reversal where when the first season of The Mandalorian came out, he watched What's Up?
Guys.
Hey, we have a viewer. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the show.
The screen is so far away.
We're talking about what is up right now, but right now I'm just tasting Ward's tasty new beer. No, so my dad actually, I'm not sure what the reasoning for it was, but I watched like the first 3 episodes of The Mandalorian season 1, and then for some reason I didn't watch anymore until the season was done. And so he had watched all of it and kept having to keep his mouth shut because he didn't want to spoil for me what was going on and this, that, and the other. Well, now here we are, role reversal. I'm current, and he still hasn't even watched the season 1 premiere. And
Yeah.
he's waiting impatiently for it to be done so that he can just sit down and watch it all in one fell swoop.
They haven't
And-
released all of season 2 yet?
No,
No,
they're doing
there's
it
two
week by
episodes
Two more
week.
left.
episodes
They're
left.
doing it'll end
I thought-
on the 18th.
I thought it was like Netflix and they released the whole
No, because
No.
it's Disney Plus. They wanna
They want to keep
they
you
wanna
locked in.
dole it out
Yeah.
over.
So you can't take.
I will deliberately
I'll
wait
take a week.
for 5 years for a show to finish.
See, that's
I will start a show.
that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I've done that with a lot of stuff.
And so I really, really had to bite my tongue with this week's episode because
man.
it carries over from those couple real loose cliffhangers that I talked to you about when we were talking about. I was like, dude,
Right.
they would not have shown her quote unquote dead body if they weren't planning on doing something.
Yeah, because
with
I
it
went back
later.
through season 1 the week before
This one.
season 2 debuted, and
Yeah.
I was like,
They're not just
That was
going to.
What a
too
waste
much
of
of a-
Ming-Na Wen.
Yeah,
Like,
and they're not going to waste
she's-
her, and that was too much of a tease.
she's a gnarly fighter.
Yeah.
And they just made her like a sniper that talked a little bit and hung out in handcuffs. That's not gonna fly with me.
I was happy that we didn't get any more of that douchebag gunslinger kid that was in that episode because he was God.
Yeah.
Talk about a punchable face. Fuck that guy so hard, and fuck his agent for getting him in that show. But
Yeah. Hi Mars.
hi Mars.
What's up, sweetheart?
Hi Izzy.
What's up, Iz?
How are you girls? I
So
don't have Matthew watching tonight,
yeah,
unfortunately.
oh, he'd love this
Yeah,
conversation.
well, he's not. As soon as I told him that Boba Fett showed back up, he'd be like, "Dad!"
You
'Cause
Oh, he hasn't watched.
He hasn't watched the new
Oh.
episode yet, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Boba Fett.
Yeah,
My
straight smashing stormtroopers.
he's probably my favorite Star Wars character now.
I know. I've hated him for years, and I always thought he was overblown. Like everybody's always like, "Oh, Boba Fett's awesome. Boba Fett's
Well, he
awesome."
was-
Like he's totally.
They had to
not.
build. They had to build him to be awesome.
He was like
in
a
this show.
non-character.
He was.
And
He was basically.
badass, but he was a non-character.
He was great looking. He
Yeah.
had that cool armor.
Yeah.
Great,
Boba Fett does some shit.
but like he gets taken out by a blind dude, and that's all he does in 2 movies is falls into a pit in the sand. Like, fuck you. And then in the prequels, he's kind of a mouthy little kid who turns out as a clone and shoots some lasers at Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like,
Yeah.
They had to create his character.
yeah.
Forgettable.
And
Almost
then-
in the prequels.
and
Like
then
I said, man, non-character.
in this one, holy crap. He gets his. What I mean, you're like, yeah, okay.
They
he's
built
great
a whole
stick
backstory
fighter.
for him in about it. That was a 30-minute episode.
Yeah,
33 minutes it tops out, and they like fleshed out his whole like
And that's with credits.
yeah.
yeah. I mean, he's like king of stick fighters, and then he gets his armor back, and those 2 troop transports are taken off. And I look over at Alex.
was
and
so
like,
badass.
I was like, he's gonna shoot the top one, and it's gonna
Yep.
take out the bottom one. And
Yep.
Alex is like, no way. And I said, yep. And he does it, and I was like, boom. He's like, you could write these things. I was like, man, they're not very good at writing.
That's why I know.
Yeah. Star Wars has never been known for its quality writing.
Boy, Robert
my
Rodriguez
God.
directed that episode,
Yeah, he did. You could tell.
and yeah, there were some
when
some of
his
the
name
shots.
came up in the credits. I was like, I figured that was Robert Rodriguez. It's not often I can tell who the director is just by the way things are, but he's got one of the most distinctive like ways of doing things.
Mm-hmm. It's that indie
Yeah,
kind of style that he kind of holds on to a little bit. But he's also with those Spy Kid movies. He's also done.
Very, very much so. Yes. I wouldn't say that it was one of the best episodes that's come out because I still hold firm that season 1, the prison transport episode that they break in. I think that from like start to finish, I think that's the best episode.
Which
they've
one
had.
was that? Was that the finale?
It
or
was
the,
Bill
No,
Burr's
no,
episode.
it was the one.
Oh,
Bill
yeah, that
Burr
was good.
in, where they break into the Republic prison transport and they're supposed to break out the Twi'lek.
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that, like from start to finish, I think that was the tightest episode they've done in terms of like start to finish, really, really quality. But this one was not bad by any stretch.
Do you think
This
we
is
see?
a- this
Do you
is a
think we
top
see
3.
Bill Burr again this season, or do you think it's
he
next?
was in the end of this last
Yeah,
one.
No,
they
I know,
mentioned-
that's why.
they mentioned
Yeah,
that they were going.
they're gonna
after
break
him,
him
so
out
I
next
wouldn't,
episode,
I wouldn't
I'm
be
sure of it.
surprised if that's the next episode.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Well, I mean, that's been their tell. Usually, it's like, basically, if you take a Mandalorian season, it's like a first grader dot to dot because they end each episode with like, go here.
I like
It's
that.
it is because it's like you're getting satisfied, but there's no roadblock on
If
the
you're-
way to getting there.
If
Usually,
you're gonna do an 8-episode season, you can't afford to have filler.
right?
So if you're gonna go, no, you need to take the child to find Ahsoka Tano. Boom, you find her.
Especially
no.
when the episodes are 30 minutes long.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got a very limited amount of time to work with. So
They fluctuate in time, but that particular
you need
one
to
was
take him to this planet and put him on this, thing to help you try and find another Jedi. Boom, that's where we're going. We're not
Can we
going to
talk about
spend
that for a second?
We're not going to
What a
spend an
waste.
episode.
of Kyle Reese.
You know,
Which one was?
Michael Biehn.
Michael Biehn.
Oh,
I
yeah.
admittedly, it took me 2 scenes worth of him before I was like, that looks like Michael Biehn.
I know.
But God, I haven't seen him in anything in so long. Is that Michael Biehn? Yeah, holy shit, that's Michael Biehn.
And that was another one where I called what was going to happen. I was like, he's going to quick draw him and he's going to lose.
Yeah.
And Alex was like, no way. Sure enough.
It was great.
That's what they do.
It was great.
That was a fun. Both of those episodes were fun.
The thing I really appreciate that show is it is no frills. It is very straightforward storytelling. They don't leave really any fat on
Don't get him started.
Don't get me started. If you want to go back through some of our backlog episodes, I would strongly encourage it. Chris is very quick to point out, I have really, really strong opinions about Star Wars. And if you really want to hear my opinions on the new trilogy, especially, not just the prequels, but the new trilogy specifically, go back and check out some of our previous episodes, because I have stronger opinions about Star Wars than I do about our current election.
Stronger negative opinions. Negative opinions. You gotta.
Well, yeah, stronger negative opinions, but yeah, like I, as I've said in the past, I'm not one of those people who thinks that the George Lucas ruined my childhood with the sequels or anything like that. But again, I've gone over it at length. I hate the prequel trilogy or the prequels very, very much. I hate the sequel trilogy exponentially more. And again, if you want to go back and check out some of our previous videos, you'll find out why. But I don't mince words about it, and I honestly probably go on longer about it than I need to.
I think what helps the prequel trilogies, or what maybe probably helped the prequel trilogies, is they got bolstered by Rebels and
Clone Wars.
Clone Wars.
Yeah,
Clone Wars is solid,
Because they kept building that universe and
they
making
expand
it.
on it well.
especially by like halfway through season 2. It's a rough start, and the movie is trash.
But the biggest problem with that, on top of it, and God damn it, here I go ranting about Star Wars again. But the biggest problem about that is that everything that happens in Rebels and Clone Wars only furthers the lack of need of Episode 1.
Yeah.
Nobody needed Anakin as a child. Nobody needed to know anything that happened in that movie.
But everybody needed Qui-Gon Jinn.
Or how about
everybody needed Darth Maul?
How about
both of those characters are
How
awesome.
about
Darth
do
Maul.
Anakin as a child? Do his story as a child in 10 minutes.
You could have put both of those.
that cut that what's his name did was pretty good.
Topher Grace?
Yeah,
Yeah.
his little bit with because that lightsaber fight with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, and they call it Duel of the Fates for some reason, because I guess that's what the name of the song is.
That's the name of the music, yeah.
But that's such a good lightsaber fight. And Alex and I were talking about that this weekend because like Yoda's lightsaber fight was, as much as I laugh when I watch it, and it's funny because he's flipping around and he's a little dervish and whatever, like it's stupid because he shouldn't fight like that. And like that's how young Jedi should fight. And it totally made sense why when Obi-Wan was a little Padawan, he was all over the place and he was jumping high and he was doing this and he was doing that. And like you look at Vader in the original trilogy and how he fights, like all of his moves. I know like the suit was restrictive and Prowse wasn't like agile as fuck. He was a power lifter or something. Or he was a bodybuilder, so he wasn't like super agile. But like his saber was just always where
Rest
it
in
needed
peace,
to be.
by the way.
And he died this week or something. So not only did he use the Force to like throw shit around, but his saber was just always where it needed to be. And that makes so much sense because he's been fighting for like 40 years.
Yeah.
Right? He's not going to be cartwheeling. He's not going to be spinning around. His blade is just always going to be where it needs to be.
Right.
Because he's awesome.
Do you think they put that much thought into the movie when they made it?
Not then.
No.
They do now.
No, they George Lucas is the worst person at revisionist history and arguably in
amazing.
entertainment history. No, I had plans to make 9 movies. Bullshit,
Worst-
you did.
worst
You made
or
a
best?
movie.
Worst or best?
A bit of both, honestly.
I think he's
bit
the
of both,
best
really.
at revisionist history.
No, the lightsaber fight with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and Maul is great. There are a few aspects of Phantom Menace that you need, but again, as I went over in the past, you take the Phantom Menace and you take Attack of the Clones, and that
whole
is your first movie.
The whole thing.
You
Phantom Menace
together.
Phantom Menace sounds harsh, but all I can think of every time I think of that movie is Pod Race.
The whole thing is because he chickened out on Jar Jar being the Sith Lord.
Jar Jar is the whole reason I can't watch the show. I fucking hate Jar Jar.
He's the main bad guy, and he chickened out. The guy that was playing him has talked about it before, and he said there were more plans for him, and there's all this evidence. There's all these videos of like, it cost them X amount of dollars per second to animate Jar Jar, and he's doing all these fucking things in the background, like making people say things and doing all these weird Jedi hand waves and things. Like Jar Jar was supposed to be Darth Plagueis or something, or whatever it was the original plan was. And, you see all these behind-the-scenes videos of Phantom Menace, and he's like, Jar Jar's the key to all of this. He's wandering around like Lucas is just with his flappy little gills or whatever the shit's hanging off the bottom of his bullfrog face. Just, Jar Jar's the thing.
But people hated him.
And people were
loathed him.
Just, that movie came out and everybody was like, what's with this fucking frog, dude? And
I can't watch the show because of him. The comic relief was retarded. It was so stupid.
But you look at all of this, like when that dude tackles him in the street, right? When he does whatever, he grabs that food or something and it knocks over Sebulba. And he attacks him. They're rolling around on the ground and Jar Jar goes like this, just in front of his face. And he gets off of him. And it calms down. And then there's another part where he makes Padme say something, and he makes Qui-Gon do something. There's all these little things, and they wouldn't have animated him to do that because of how much money it costs to put him in every scene that he's in. It's weird. And there's a whole Darth Jar Jar theory built around this, and it's fascinating.
There's a lot of it that I like. But I really think a lot of that is grasping at straws, because I think that saying that was the plan gives George Lucas and his storytelling way more credit than he has ever evidenced showing.
I'm not saying it would have been good.
No, I'm not saying it would have been good either. I'm saying that
he chickened out.
George Lucas's
and
storytelling ability.
I'm going to grab Christopher Lee. Let's pull fucking Goldfinger out, or whatever the fuck his name was. The man with the golden gun.
Yeah.
We'll pull him out at the last second.
His base level storytelling ability, I don't think that he has the ability to be like, we're going to plant the seeds in this very, very discreetly, and we're going to have him do things that people might not necessarily notice. This is the guy.
George Lucas doesn't strike me as a Chris Nolan.
No, he
I
is
don't
not.
know about
he's
that,
not,
though.
I respectfully disagree.
Think about people.
Look
People
at the
say
movies,
that shit.
Look at the movies that he wrote the screenplay for.
It's fucking
and look at their dialogue
almost 50
and the way
years
that they
the dialogue is shit. It's 50 years later.
I don't give him that much credit.
Billions and billions of dollars. And people and hipster people are always like, oh, George Lucas is such a shitty storyteller. Is he? You're still fucking talking about him. And he incites some pretty strong emotions in you. So is he a shitty storyteller? Or...
Yeah, no, he's a really shitty storyteller.
But he grabs you by the short and curly.
I remember being...
He's the driving force behind some of my favorite movies ever, but he's not a good storyteller.
I remember being 22 years old and The Phantom Menace coming out and being so disappointed in that show. I went to the theater, I stood in line to get into that show, and it was so bad. And I have not liked a single Star Wars since. Not one.
I was not disappointed. I was 17.
Came out in 99.
Yeah. Was it 90?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was 99.
I was 18.
Yep. That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so I was 18, And I
It's
went
my
in there
freshman
after
year of
work.
college.
Or
summer after.
I cut the whole line at the Liberty.
Yeah, I remember watching it at the Liberty.
And there were all these people that were like, they were there camped out for days. They brought couches down.
I was one of them.
And I went down and Lee McVeigh was doing a remote. And I went down after work and I went down with him. And he went in first and I went in second.
I was with you.
We sat like in the best seats, that like 9 rows back in the middle, and watched it. And I wasn't like, but I wasn't like pissed either. I wasn't disappointed.
I remember I sat next to this buddy of mine, really good friend of mine, and he laughed at every stupid fucking thing that Jar Jar did, and I just looked over at him and I'm like,
So you're not friends
We're not
anymore?
stupid.
We're not even friends anymore.
Like, I haven't talked to him in 20 years.
Star Wars ruined my friendship.
I think they did a really good thing putting that great lightsaber battle at the end, because I walked
You
out
end on
and
a high note.
I was like,
Yeah.
fuck yeah, that
That's-
was Star Wars.
That's probably why.
That was the Star Wars.
Because
right
it took a while for people to sour on it. You oftentimes you leave a movie like with the new trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
You leave it feeling satisfied.
That's how I feel about every J.J. Abrams movie. You walk out of there and you're like, that was a ride.
I did not finish Rise of Skywalker satisfied. I almost turned that movie off.
Last ones are usually that way.
I couldn't watch the...
I was genuinely like, fuck this movie.
what's his face?
Didn't feel that way about the
standalone
other
that
ones.
They did,
Solo?
Rogue One?
Or Rogue One?
no,
Or
not
Solo?
Rogue One. Solo. I couldn't stand that one.
The standalone.
I hated it.
Solo. The
It
Solo
was-
movie.
Fuck, I hated that show.
It was
I
painfully
thought it was
average.
so good, and I watched it. I'm like, you're fucking kidding me. This show is so stupid.
The honest trailer
Yeah.
for that pretty much encompassed
Very much
everything
so. Yeah,
that I
very
felt
much
about
so.
it. Like,
I was really looking forward to that movie. I was like, this standalone is going to be a
See,
good show.
I was not,
oh.
but
I didn't
again,
need a backstory for every item that was in the ship. Like the dice, why were those so important? They just hung. It was just they couldn't put fuzzy dice on his mirror, so they did those little metal cubes.
I didn't
Yeah.
like the actor. I didn't like the wind when they were on the island or wherever they were at, that little sandy place, and the wind was blowing. and you could hear it, and-
Wasn't that the movie that they had to stop and give that guy give him acting
Oh,
lessons?
lessons, yeah.
I like the
Yeah.
space squid though. That thing was
Yeah.
fucking cool.
I-
And then it got eaten by the black hole. That was awesome.
I've said a few times that, in my opinion, anything Star Wars related that has to do with the Skywalker saga now, because it's not a trilogy anymore, but is essentially creatively bankrupt. There's nothing more you can do with it. If you're going to expand on Star Wars, you need to do something like what The Mandalorian has done. Even, honestly, it's not to the level that Mandalorian is, but Solo was kind of that of like, yeah, this takes place in the Star Wars universe, but it's going to be tangential to it. But I said it in our chat. I don't think it's any kind of a coincidence that the best Star Wars content that has come out since the original trilogy, meaning Mandalorian and to an extent Rebels and Clone Wars, they're not directly inspired by Star Wars.
Yeah,
they're
just the
inspired
same
by
universe.
what Star Wars was inspired by. Mandalorian is
Westerns.
a Western samurai movie, which is exactly what Star Wars came from.
Yeah.
I don't think.
And they're
that's a
just using
coincidence.
some of the tenets that are in place.
Yeah, exactly.
I do like how Star Wars puts a real life spin on the characters. Like, they're real people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They have,
Yeah.
you know, they may not wear uniforms, you know, and things like that. You know, I mean, if you're not on the Death Star or whatever, but kind of like Stargate was similar to that. You know,
SG-1 is on Netflix now.
SG-1 was so good. But
I'm not sure if it holds up very well.
But like Star Trek was
It's
so,
20 years old, so
Yeah.
I mean,
You gotta choke down that first season, and then it's pretty good.
oh, Stargate.
Yeah,
We have the whole we have both series on
yeah. I
in the
like
box set, but
the
I don't think
last
I've
one
seen an
was so
episode.
good.
It's a good show.
You gotta watch it.
Yeah.
It's
Good show.
unreal good, and they all the seasons, all the shows tie together.
it builds a universe over the course of the. Well,
They're supposed to be coming out with another one.
You know what was really great?
did you ever watch Stargate Universe?
It was one of the
Yes.
best pinball machines
Loved it.
ever made.
The
One
Stargate
based off the
pinball
Stargate
machine.
movie. One of the best pinball machines ever.
I just finished watching the 100, and
Is that the one about the kids that
Yeah,
come out this?
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
kinda- it's
I've
kinda
heard good
stupid.
things.
It's stupid. It's fucking dumb. Don't. I mean, watch it.
I watched the
Is it
first
a
two
CW?
seasons, and then it started to kind of.
You'll watch it, and if you miss a few episodes, oh, so fucking what?
Oh, it's one of those.
But yeah, it's
Like a
good.
USA show.
It's a
Your
CW
wife-
show.
Your wife will love it. But it has remnants of The Matrix. There's an episode of The Matrix in there.
Ooh.
And the last season is all Stargate, all the way, 100%.
Wow.
Stargate.
Nice.
They find this sphere where if you touch it certain ways, you transport to other galaxies and shit.
Nice.
Ah, that's a hell of a thing to introduce in your last season, but all right.
When you're trapped on a planet.
Right.
It seems like a last episode of
Right.
the first
The
season
first-
intro.
yeah.
Like,
The first season is all
Look where we're going from here.
yeah. The first season is all about sex and let's get the sexiest fucking people on the show we can get. You know,
Dude, again, it's
That
a
was one
CW
thing
show.
I
It's
saw-
all about hot people
I
doing
remember
hot
seeing
things.
the first couple episodes of it and thinking, like, everyone on this show is beautiful. Like,
yeah, and then it gets.
Well, they are the only 100 people they're sending to the planet. You'd
The
think
second
there's
season-
probably some
You want to keep the
Genocide.
fuggos?
The second season was pretty good.
some
and then it
selective
just
genetics.
goes downhill from there.
no uggos. No uggos.
If there's only 100 people, you are not keeping the uggos. I'm sorry, but no. Mandalorian is the best Star Wars content that has come out since the original trilogy, and I don't think it's even fucking close, honestly.
Coach
Because it's
Dooku's
not,
up there.
because it's not Star Wars. It is Star Wars.
It is, but
but
it's not. Yeah, and you're right. I am just
did we
dying
not-
for. We played the games, so you already know most of the story. But the Knights of the Old Republic games would make such good movies.
Yeah.
They really, really would.
Yeah, like a full-on Revan
Yeah.
movie.
Oh, it'd be great.
You could do a trilogy that like went through the Mandalorian and Jedi Civil War.
Yeah, it'd be great.
since we're on the topic of TV, we'll jump forward on my list just a touch, and then we'll bounce back
Yeah,
to
no, where are we going here?
the other. Eduardo has all the streaming services. You want to announce this, Ron?
I can't. Oh, yes.
A now for another.
And now for another riveting episode of Eduardo Has All the Streaming Services. Tonight's topic, Hulu, specifically FX on Hulu, as well as Netflix.
Yes, sir. Has anybody watched Fargo thus far? Any seasons?
I haven't even seen the movie.
1 and 2.
You've watched 1 and 2?
1 and 2.
Okay.
I couldn't handle the movie.
Really?
Yeah, I heard it was good. I watched it. I was like, I didn't like it.
Oh, the series is nothing like the movie.
No.
Coen-
Season
and,
1
and
is
Coen
fun.
Brothers movies, you have to be like
Yeah.
in the mood for it. You can't just sit down and watch a Coen Brothers movie. Like you
Yeah.
have to be.
Yeah.
I keep going past it on Netflix, and I'm like, oh, Fargo, I really need to watch that, but I'm just not in a Coen Brothers mood. It's like,
That was one of the first movies I bought on VHS when I was in high school.
I did like it when the guy got shot in the cheek, when Steve Buscemi got.
Everybody kept telling me about how great Billy Bob Thornton was in season 1, but I'm sorry, Martin Freeman was so great. He was my favorite part of season 1.
Billy Bob Thornton was good, though, to be honest, too.
He was,
But-
but Martin Freeman was just so perfect.
So, season 3, Ewan McGregor comes and he plays twins
Yes,
to himself.
that was where I checked out.
And I'm slowly working my way around to rewatching it. What kind do you want?
The Halays, please. That's really, really good.
I only got one.
Do you have another?
Oh,
For all
really?
of us.
Okay, no, I'll have another one.
I'll try
have
another
I'll
one,
have
too.
another one of the porter. That's
You
fine.
want a porter or do you
Yeah.
want one of these?
No, I'll take a porter.
Okay.
Thank you.
I should have put
I'll stick with what I know.
Okay.
I'll try. Do you have another kind? Is there a third?
I don't have a third kind of
And behind door number 3.
oh, you don't have the
You want to?
No, I drank
And
all the
I'll-
other ones. I drank all the other ones.
I want a Wardo beer. Thank you.
No, because isn't that's the one with Ewan McGregor and isn't
I can't remember the actress's name now. I can't pull it.
drawing a blank. Chris, be my Google machine because I can't remember.
Fargo season 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's
Carrie
in it.
Coon.
Well, she's in it too. Yeah, I watched it. I'm gonna go, or I didn't watch all of it. I watched probably 65-70% of it, and then I never finished it
Oh, really?
because I just couldn't. It wasn't holding my interest week to week,
Okay.
and so.
I've heard that about season 4.
Well, I watched the first episode of season 4.
Elizabeth Winstead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's who I was. So I watched the first first episode of season 4 back when it first premiered, and then I stopped because I was like, this is going to be one of those ones where I want to keep watching, but it wasn't like, but it couldn't, and I wouldn't have kept watching, and I didn't each week after that because I was like, I can't sit down and give it an hour and then check out for a week until the next episode.
It was, like you said, you want to wait until
You
it's
gotta
done
binge
and
watch.
then just binge it.
If
Yeah.
you're not binging it, you're not watching it.
So
Yeah.
So anyway, so my dad, he's been talking to me. He goes, "You guys watching Fargo?" And I go, "No, I haven't been watching." He's like, "It's just really good." So finally, I like queued it up, and I was like, "I need to rewatch the first episode because I can't remember everything that happened." But rewatched the first episode, and then we just kind of like poured through it, and we caught up. There was like 2 episodes left to air, or 1, I think. We got caught up basically in real time, and so the next episode we finished the season. But man, it was good. I know a lot of people. I've listened to a podcast where they had differing opinions on it, but it was they're building. They're like really world building with these tie-ins and stuff. Do you remember the tie-in that they had with 1 and 2, right?
No, it's been a while since I watched him, honestly.
So the character that who plays the cop in 2? Patrick.
The girl?
No, the male.
Oh,
Patrick Wilson.
Yes.
yeah, Night Owl.
I'm trying to think of
Night Owl.
Patrick's.
Yeah.
So his he's playing, I can't remember the character's name now, but basically he's playing the younger version of the Keith Carradine character in season 1.
Oh, really?
And they tie it together at the end of season 2
I don't even know if I noticed
at like this
that.
table dinner thing.
I
So
don't
the
even know
little
if I
girl is
noticed
the
that,
cop.
honestly.
Yeah.
Huh. I'll be damned.
So that was the tie-in there. I don't remember I don't think season 3 had a tie-in. If they did, I didn't catch it.
I'll be damned.
But
I might have missed that.
do you care about spoilers on this one? Okay. So
No, sir, but thank you for asking.
Fargo season 4, spoiler alert for anybody that listens to this show that wants to save themselves for Fargo. I just fast forward with an hour, 2 hours, we could be talking about this. No,
Yeah.
no. Basically, what happens is Chris Rock, he's like the black mob boss, and then there's the Italian mob group, and so they've made this.
Which is Jason Schwartzman, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They make this deal, and basically they trade kids. Like Chris Rock turns over one of his kids to the Italian family, or the Italian crime family, and then one of their kids turns over to Chris Rock. So basically the kids are basically leverage against one another to coexist peaceably. And all through the show, there's all these kind of inner workings, and it's Fargo. Shit happens.
Yeah.
So finally, at the end of the show, the kid gets back home, and they do this flash forward, and the kid is actually Bokeem Woodbine's character from season 2.
Interesting.
Yeah. So now I'm doing a season 2
Okay,
rewatch.
Okay. I like that they do that, though.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Very tangential connections.
Yeah. So they
that's-
all
that's
share
cool.
the same like cool little universe. I like it. But
That's cool.
then the other show on Netflix.
Yeah, the Netflix, because I haven't even heard about this Netflix show that you
was
wanted to
it's
talk
called
about.
Brews Brothers, and I turned it on the other day because I'm brewing
Yeah.
now. But it's
Is it a reality show?
no, but that's what
That was my first thought.
my son thought it was. He's like, I thought you were because I was watching it while we were painting my son's room the other day, and he's like, I thought you were gonna make me watch some stupid beer reality show, but we're like 4 episodes in, and it's like a raunchy comedy, kind of in the same. Well, the creators of The League made it.
Oh, okay.
But it's in the same vein as like The League, Always Sunny.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of, and it's got these main characters.
Is there anybody that I would recognize in it?
No.
Okay.
But I don't think that hurts it. Well, Steve Renazizi
Okay.
is in it.
Yeah.
For a minute at the beginning. He blocked me on social media
Because he wasn't in the
9/11 towers. And I called him out for
what
it.
a weird thing to lie about. I'm sorry, but what a weird thing to lie about.
Such a horrible person.
Did you know I was in New Jersey 2 weeks?
His stand-up really isn't bad.
Renazizi?
Yeah.
I have a really thing about comedians lately anymore. Like, I can't.
Is it because of that rant I went off on like a year and a half ago?
No, it's comedians for me have been like a slow burn.
Everybody fucking sucks. Like there's probably
like three decent ones,
dudes who
maybe
don't,
4.
and most of them are just awful now.
Because they're all following this. It's like a little rule book for comedy. It's like a handbook basically. They have this. Tell this joke this way. Tell this joke that way, and it's.
I can get through about 4 minutes of a
the same kind of deal.
Renazizi has a bit about him and his wife deciding they moved to California, and so of course they were able to get recreational pot, and they were smoking pot one night, and they decided they were going to order pizza, and the pothead kid that was supposed to bring them their pizza shows up at the house, and for whatever reason in the joke, and I honestly, it's one of those stand-up bits where like usually you can tell if they're telling you something that really happened or if they're just telling you something that's a good setup for a bit. But this one really, really reeked of being like, this didn't actually happen. It just makes for a funny stand-up story. But the argument was that this pothead pizza delivery kid showed up to their house to deliver the pizza. And even though he didn't have the pizza, he knocked on the door and told them that he didn't have their pizza. And it's a funny bit, but it, again, like I said, it doesn't reek of truth in the way that some of the good ones do. But it's a good bit. It's funny.
One of my Chad Daniels is a good one.
Uh,
I fucking love Chad Daniels.
It's too bad he got divorced.
I don't even care.
Why is that too bad?
Well, no, I mean,
Marriage is
but he was doing it through the.
Have you heard?
Good on him.
Have you heard his thing about being at the dinner with his Canadian friend?
Oh, I'm like Jeff with spoilers. Like, if someone does a comedy bit, I'm terrible about regurgitating anything.
Him and his son and their friend are at this dinner because they're all visiting this comedy festival, and there aren't enough plates at the dinner for everybody to eat. And so the friend asks, well, can I use one of those plates? And there's these 3 plates that are hanging on the wall. And the wife of the house says, no, I'm sorry, those are decorative plates. And she starts kind of getting a little bit weepy, talking about how her parents immigrated to the country and they only had 4 children and they had 12 plates to begin with. And each one of the kids wound up having 3 children of their own. So they all got 3 plates. And those 3 plates were going to get passed down to their family because it was like the only thing that they brought to the country with them. And the guy's like, well, okay. Well, I'm going to go get some food anyway. And he turns and accidentally knocks one of the plates off of the wall and it drops and it shatters. And he's like, and the only thing that you could hear was the clock ticking and this woman sobbing. And then my son says, God damn it, Tony, now she's going to have to kill one of her kids. No, I absolutely. I've been listening to a lot of Chad Daniels lately, and I'm a big fan.
He's got
a new podcast that
I did not know that.
It's called Middle of Nowhere. It's really decent.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's really decent.
So not like great. Just
it's no time spent.
You got a
it's no time
decent
spent poorly show, and it's frankly big love to Tom Segura. It's no Your Mom's House.
See, I don't like.
I love Tom Segura.
I
really do.
I don't like his wife.
Who's his
I didn't say this, but I'm not a big fan either.
Well, you think Tom Segura cares if you like his wife?
No, probably not. You know, I met him in
can't believe
Spokane,
he doesn't
and
like
he
my wife.
he knows this place. So
a
I
fucking
met
asshole.
I met Tom Segura in Spokane at the Spokane Comedy Club.
Oh, yeah?
And they were going through at the end of the show doing a little meet and greet, and I stopped and I talked to him for a second. And him and his wife had actually mentioned Lewiston on a previous show because his wife used to do like event promotion and stuff like that. And she did an event promo for the Clearwater River Casino. And she talked about coming to Lewiston and about what a horrible, stinky place it was because of the paper mill. And she mentioned it being one of the most disgustingly stinky places she had ever been.
That's hilarious.
In her life.
And it's
So
a
I got
smell
to-
you get used to.
Yeah, and so I got to talk to Tom Segura. I was like, no, you remember that place that your wife talked about being like one of the smelliest places she's ever been?
That's where I'm
It's like,
from.
yeah, it's like, yeah, that's where I live.
Obviously, she's never been near her own vagina.
So, yeah, Bruise Brothers. Check it out. And Fargo. If you get a chance, watch Fargo.
So
I'd have to get Hulu.
is it like a comedy, like a situational comedy, like Always Sunny and whatnot, or is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a similar format. Basically, one brother, these two brothers divided when they were younger, like separated when they were younger, but they've got this backstory that they've been brewing since they were like children.
Oh, okay.
And the one brother opens up a brewery and the
So
other
they've
brother
been-
comes back
they've
to,
been making beer since they were kids.
yeah. I mean,
Stranger things have happened.
yeah.
But
So anyway, so the one brother comes, they're estranged, but the one brother comes back to lend his services, and he's kind of got a dentist type.
if I
Personality.
was smart, I would have my kids brew, and then I would always have beer to
That
drink.
I'm gonna do that.
Big Dad,
Go
you need to
kid
test
would
the new
love-
one.
Go stir the mash.
Go
My-
stir, Mara.
My kid would love to make me beer. Oh, he would.
Oh yeah.
You imagine the look on their face when they did a good job.
Yeah, he'd be like, "Fuck, my dad loved that one."
Look at my dad. He's passed out in the back. I did good. Less alcohol.
Such a good
next
kid.
time, son. That was malt liquor, not beer. You went too far.
Show me your next batch.
This is good.
It's fucking
Not to
fantastic.
pat myself on the back, but
You need to make more of that, and you need to give me some. I'm not kidding you. That tastes okay. So, we've been to Costa Rica twice, and there's Imperial and Pilsen are the two Costa Rica beers. Okay, they're like basically Coors and Bud here is what they are. You can only get them in Costa Rica. They both have completely different flavors, but that one tastes exactly like Imperial.
Wow.
I
And
have
it's
some.
the
Some. It's just
cheap-
not cold. I'll send it
yeah,
with you.
It's the cheap shit down there. So good.
Is it better for you than the water like Corona is in Mexico?
Water's good in Costa Rica. They filter it.
Oh
Mexico, they do not filter their water.
no, and it.
We went to Cancun once. Worst experience of my life. Hated it. Hated every moment in Mexico. Absolutely hated it.
I don't know that I've been to Mexico.
Costa Rica twice. Loved every second of it.
I have not been out of the continental United States.
Really?
That's unfortunate. After being out of the U.S., I never want a vacation in the U.S. However,
I think I've only been to like 2 or 3 nice places outside the United States.
when we went to South Carolina, that was pretty good. I really liked South Carolina. People were nice. They were
It's
genuine.
definitely
It
the
was-
nicer of the Carolinas.
Yeah. Went to Texas a little while ago. I hated it.
There's too much of Texas to be able to judge
Yeah.
it based
Well,
on
Okay,
any
so
particular section.
my dad lived over by Austin, in between Austin and what's the other big city down there?
Dallas?
Not Dallas.
Houston.
Fort Worth?
Houston. And he was like halfway in between the two. And it wasn't terrible there, but you can't get away from people. No matter where you go, there's people.
Yeah.
And then I had some training to do a couple weeks ago down in Dallas, and I fucking hated Dallas. I hated it. It was worst city I've ever been in.
We did Dallas for our anniversary for vacation, but there was different reasons. Like you're going for the said purpose of.
I went and saw where
Vacation.
Kennedy was assassinated, and I was just one of the only times I ever tipped a guy, a homeless dude. I was down there, and I was checking out the memorial. There's nobody there, and this black guy,
Did you have him take your picture on the X?
I almost took his picture. He came up to me and he's like, "Hey, are you looking for the Kennedy assassination spot?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know where it is." He's like, "Well, let me take you around." And he gave me this 20-minute spiel, like full-on fucking tour. And he was a homeless guy, and I was like, "Hey, I don't give money to homeless people, but you deserve this." And I handed him a $20 bill, and he almost fucking started crying on me.
Nice.
But
That's awesome. Well, I mean, he was giving us like a service.
yeah, he
Like an
spent-
unofficial tour.
Yeah, he spent 20 minutes with me, like straight on. He was like, "This is what happened here. This is what happened here."
That's
And-
cool.
Well, he should know he was on the grassy knoll.
Yeah, he was.
We went
Solved it.
the sun.
I've been homeless here for 37 years.
We went in 2013, and so they had everything in the summer because they were getting ready, geared up for the 50th anniversary. So, like, all the fountains, everything is all just tore up because they're fixing everything, getting it all. They want it all pretty for the 50th anniversary. But we did a Segway tour
I don't know if I'd want to do that.
down there.
It's not something I'd pretty up for. I'd be like, let's dinge this place up. Let's get dirty. Because they killed a president here. That's a bad thing.
It was like, I'm trying to equate it to something around here.
The underground.
Yeah, imagine going to North Lewiston, like over where like Oxark is, and like trying to take a tour down there. That's about what it was like. I mean, it was just you're on a busy street, and
Yeah, nothing's closed down. They have there's some touristy stuff down there, but not a lot.
yeah, there's just
My wife is
I
a
haven't been
big
to North Lewiston in a long time.
JFK file. She's got all sorts of for as long
Ladies
as I've
just
known
love
her.
that dude. Like all of them.
Yeah.
He was a smooth pimp daddy.
Who love the...
Dude, seriously.
Yeah.
When you're the
I
president,
don't
you
think-
can just have whores and everybody still loves you. You're doing something right. I'm sorry.
The universal appeal of that dude
Yep.
is just weird. Like every...
He was like
woman.
Bill Clinton minus the rape vibes.
Yeah.
Like, really?
They were all willing. They weren't just interns. It was Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah,
Weird.
exactly.
He's had more stuff crop up since then, but not a lot of people throw him shade because he ended with a hole in the back of
Well,
his
I
head.
was going to
so.
say it's hard to talk shit about a guy who got shot while he was in office.
Right. Imagine if he'd lived, though.
Lincoln was no saint, but you
within
don't
the
hear a lot
Me
of people
Too
talk
movement
shit
today.
about him.
Right.
Jeez, I got a book just full of
right.
he was a piece of shit.
Yeah, they're dismantling Reagan right now.
Are they?
There's a Showtime series I'm watching. It's good, but it's completely like turning.
really biased.
Yeah, I mean it depends on your opinion of Reagan, but it's revealing. I mean his son is liberal, but he's involved in he's interviewed in the documentary series, so he's in it. And there's stuff that Reagan, like there's some real racist remarks coming from Reagan that you're like, boy, I never knew about that when I was a kid. Like all sorts of like.
Well, racism wasn't
was in
as big
cowboy
of a thing
movies,
when we were
like-
kids.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was more. I think it was more like a socially acceptable.
If you said
norm.
the Tigger word back in the day, it was. Oh, you shouldn't say that. But I mean, it wasn't like, oh my fucking.
Oh,
God,
we
what
went-
did you just say?
Yeah.
We played Ding Dong Ditch under a different name when we were kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you were knocking.
But we didn't. But like that was something that like I had no idea what I was
Right.
called, like why it was called that until we never figured it out till later. I was like, oh,
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have been saying that.
but because nobody ever corrected us because we were all kids just playing it together. Like the guy that obviously was like, go play that game.
Well, and you were in Montana.
Right.
There's like four
Well, yeah.
black dudes in Montana.
Yeah.
In
Totally.
the state.
So,
But
sorry, go ahead.
you were gonna say. I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh no,
You
I
said
was, but
so.
I'm waiting.
then we
I didn't
were
want to
all
interrupt you
so.
because I'm transitioning here.
Oh, transition us. Oh, I'm done.
So we were talking about the switch to streaming and movie theaters and those kind of things on the last episode. And I brought up a couple articles that I wanted to discuss because this is the one that first brought my attention. The first thing that caught it was how much money the movie made, and the second thing was the disparity between it and the previous movie. We talked, of course, there are a lot of...
Last episode we talked about James Bond.
Yeah, we talked about James Bond. Well, since then, there's been an outcry of, as I talked about prior to us getting on the show, Legendary Pictures co-financed.
Well, we need to tell what happened in case nobody knows, but I'm sure most people know.
Well, theaters are dying.
But Warner Media,
Warner
HBO
Media,
Max,
they announced that all of their major releases for 2021 are going to be simultaneously released in theaters as well as on HBO Max. They'll be on HBO Max for exactly a month at no extra charge for the people who subscribe to it, and then they'll be pulled.
Oh, they're going to pull them.
They'll pull them, and then they will follow normal DVD, Blu-ray streaming releases. So they'll only be there for the month. But
that's interesting.
Theater chains, specifically AMC, they're fucking furious. Actors, and not just actors now, but like Denis Villeneuve, the guy that made Dune, which is going to be part of it. James Gunn, who's made the new Suicide Squad movie, is part of it as well. They're pissed because not only them, but the actors in their movies were taking basically pay cuts to take a percentage off of the box office cuts as their profits for the movies.
Yeah.
And of course, the box office profits for the movies are going to be garbage because, for one, they're going to be on streaming now, and for two, nobody's going to the theater anytime soon.
Everybody's fucking scared.
Yeah.
Well, and we've gone a few times since ours reopened, just because they're $5 a show.
Super cheap.
But I
there.
think that's part of the problem is the theater
It's so
model is so hot. Like the price, the ticket price that you pay is so.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to go back.
Right. Well, it's like we talked about.
But if I could pay $5 to go see a show, I'd pay $5 to go see a
is
show.
reasonable.
It's like we talked about with Black Widow. If Disney would have done with Black Widow what they did with Mulan, you want to charge me $30 to watch it at home? Well, spoiler alert, for me and my son to go watch it at the theater, even before we pay concession prices, we're paying $30. So absolutely, I'll pay for it to watch it at home.
Well, I was taking 5 people to the theater because I have my 3 kids and my wife and myself, and so it was like, want to go to the movie? I guess we're going to go spend $100 right now.
Exactly.
You go spend $7.
So when you have HBO Max saying no, just buy our subscription and you can watch it at home.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to go to the theater and see it. Quite frankly, if you can pay $15 a month for HBO Max instead of paying a crisp $100 bill to go watch a movie, people aren't going to do that.
I don't know how people can afford it. I've been to the theater twice in the last year, and yeah, I mean, I would rather wait 6 weeks and watch it at home. Be comfortable.
Yeah.
Be able to pause it to go to the bathroom.
Yep.
You know.
Be able to not listen to some schmuck chewing his food too fucking loud behind you, or some kids in front of you who won't get off their phone.
I fucking hate other people.
Yeah.
Like, for me, if I end up in hell, it'll be
enjoyable.
in a theater with other people.
It is.
Like, every fucking asshole that you ever hated will be in that
the
theater.
last show that we watched, because it was $5
some
and
fucking
affordable,
dick who's 3 seats behind you who couldn't find a babysitter for their 6-month-old, so they decided they were going to go to the movie anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you stabbing that baby? No. Would you like me to? Because
we watched Aquaman.
Shut that chicken up. And then that scene from MASH.
I went and saw Empire Strikes Back with my son. That was the last one we went to. Or no, we went to Beetlejuice.
Which one did you go to?
We watched Aquaman. We were the only people in the whole theater. We made fun of the fucking show the entire time. And it was great.
It was probably the best time you had in the theater.
It was really good. There was 5 of us there, and we were just...
You had that giant room to yourself.
Yeah.
Just
making
fucking
fun of
awesome.
Mystery Science Theater, the shit out of it.
It was so stupid. Aquaman is so dumb.
I still haven't watched it.
You're not
Me
missing.
either.
I've
Don't
heard.
get your expectations up.
Oh, I believe
It's,
me.
I
I bet you I'll enjoy it then. Because there's a lot of movies that people are like, oh, that movie was balls,
You like
and I
watching
just go
stuff
in there
in
and
soft
I don't,
focus.
I just don't care.
Yeah.
Was
and
it
then
just
I'm
in
like,
soft
man, it
focus the whole
wasn't so
time?
bad. What was the last thing that I said
it
that
was
about?
Fine.
No,
But
I mean,
was in here.
didn't all the shots seem like they were done in this like soft focus feel?
I just thought if you watched the first 5 minutes
it was
and
Dexter.
the last 5 minutes of the show, you were fine. But it had the Power Rangers in it. It had... Well, we were naming all the shows that were in it. There was like... it's not on the top of my head anymore. There's like 5 or 6. You could pick out 5 or 6 different kinds of movies in that show. And it was, it was awesome.
So, as I said, Legendary Pictures, the people who co-financed the Godzilla vs. Kong movie that you have up here, they're already talking about suing Warner Brothers because they co-financed a $160 million movie that they were expecting to get box office returns for, that they're now...
Was it in the contract?
Good question. I don't
Yeah,
know the
at
answer.
at the end of the day, that's what matters.
Where's the COVID clause, though?
Yeah.
Where's the COVID clause? I don't know about that. But they're talking about essentially suing Warner Brothers for loss of revenue because Warner Brothers owns it. They helped finance it.
Mm-hmm.
So what Warner Brothers does with it, Legendary does not get a say in.
Right.
However, they're trying to argue that, hey, we helped pay for this. We were expected a certain amount of return on it. So for them to make a decision on something that we co-financed is not okay. That's their argument. This week, representatives for Denzel Washington, Margot Robbie, Will Smith, Keanu Reeves, Hugh Jackman, and Angelina Jolie and Gal Gadot have all come out saying that they will boycott Warner Brothers. They will have nothing to do with any future productions of theirs, which is a big deal, especially for Gal Gadot, because she's fucking Wonder Woman.
Right. Well, and Keanu Reeves.
And Keanu Reeves with
Denzel
the new Matrix.
Washington.
And yeah, like
because
these
they're Washington.
They're not fucking no-name people.
Right.
And they're coming out.
They
saying,
aren't. But listen, actors are a dime a dozen.
Right.
They'll move on.
They'll just build new stars.
They'll just make.
At the end of the day, I mean, what is Gal Gadot other than Wonder Woman?
You saw how disposable.
nothing.
You saw how disposable
She is Wonder Woman
Johnny
and
Depp
nothing
was.
else.
And I'm a huge
And
fan
she's a
of her work
perfect
as
Wonder
Wonder
Woman.
Woman.
But she was nobody else.
She wasn't even on my radar for Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
And she's done a great job.
Well,
But-
the other thing is let's say they did release them to theaters. It would probably cost more to release them to the theater than what they would make.
Yeah.
And that's my follow-up.
And
to
they
it.
could probably argue
So-
that in court.
This weekend, for the Thanksgiving weekend and whatnot, this previous weekend, the #1 movie in the country was the Crude sequel. Yeah.
Of
Believe
course
me.
it was.
Believe me, I'm right there with you.
Oh, Nicolas Cage is counting his cash.
Yeah, well, they got Ryan Reynolds for the sequel,
Shit,
man.
He was in the first one.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll
What
be
was
damned.
it?
He was the
People took
he
their
was the
kids
more
to it.
human person.
It was
Oh,
Emma
really?
Stone,
Yeah.
Nicolas Cage, and Ryan Reynolds. But anyway, so in its 10 days worth of opening at theaters, it's made $20.3 million.
Which is nothing now.
Do you want to know how much the
Really?
original, that was not a sequel and not a tested property, made in its opening 3 days?
How much?
100 million.
43.6.
More than double.
More than double. It made 4.4 million in its second weekend. So the Crudes 1 brought in total in America $187.2 million. The sequel has made in 10 days $20.3 million. Where is the drop off? When are they going to finally realize?
So these
No, I've been wondering this for years, but really more so for months because
they're
of
gonna
the.
have to sell these movies.
so
They're not going to make any money in theaters. They're not.
No.
Really, up
but are they
until-
going to get any subscriptions out of this? The people who are going to subscribe to HBO Max are probably already subscribed to
HBO Max as of this month is at 12.3 million subscribers.
Okay. So we'll have to see.
And that's what, $15 a month, right?
Yeah, and
we'll
if
revisit
you
this
already
in
had
January.
HBO, you rolled into 12.3.
Write
You
that
said
down.
Yeah, 12.3.
Okay.
Write that down in our show notes.
Yeah.
And we'll visit this in 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Because it'll be after Wonder Woman comes out.
Right. Wonder Woman's going to be the test shot on this. And that's when that's really what they should decide this whole thing on. Instead of running their fucking chops about doing this, they should have just kept their mouths shut about Matrix 4, about this awesome looking Godzilla. I love that Godzilla picture, by the way. I want to give him a great big fucking hug.
Yeah, it's great.
Is that the new one?
Sure.
Or is that the one with Millie Bobby Brown?
No, that's
Don't care.
one of the new ones.
Love him.
Speaking
of, have you seen Enola Holmes?
No, I haven't.
It was fun.
My parents loved it.
You could watch it with your kids.
My parents loved it. I haven't watched it yet.
That's the Netflix one, right?
Right.
Yeah, I've seen the name of it on Netflix, but I haven't watched it.
I turned it on to fall asleep to.
My
'cause I was
daughter
like,
likes it.
I was like, whatever. It's something.
you couldn't
And
fall
Henry
asleep.
Cavill's in it. And I was like, and I watched the whole thing. It was the worst Mycroft Holmes that's ever been put to film.
Wow. Jared Harris is hard to...
What?
Isn't Jared Harris Mycroft in the...
Stephen Fry was.
Oh.
Jared Harris was Moriarty.
Yeah, he was Moriarty.
No,
Excuse me.
Mycroft is the oldest brother.
Yeah,
and
excuse me. I'm sorry.
He's the... no, Stephen Fry is fantastic.
In everything.
Yeah, no, I don't know who... I recognize the guy when he doesn't have a goofy-ass mustache. But,
Let me see. Because I haven't watched
No,
it yet, but
it
Mom and Dad
was
were telling
weird.
me it was really good.
It was weird seeing Millie Bobby Brown actually act. Because, like, she doesn't as 11.
No.
She just
No,
doesn't.
she
She's a
barely
blank
even
slate.
talks.
Yeah, she's just a wall. And,
Oh, it's Sam Claflin, the kid from Hunger Games.
Yeah.
I like him.
yeah, he's the worst Mycroft.
I
He's
like
just
him.
The character is a douchebag.
That's too bad.
It's not because he's not a good actor. It's because the character is a douchebag.
So I think of all the streaming services, we talked about this. HBO Max, probably the best streaming service
By far and away.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't
there's-
think
going right now.
and especially with what they're doing with this coming year, with releasing the theatrical movies with it for no additional charge, I don't think it's even close.
I
at
think
this
if
point.
there was one that I was going to just pay for, it would be that one.
Even over Netflix, I'd say.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't.
definitely.
My thing with Netflix is it's like a $6 thing for the one screen standard definition.
Right.
And
We're
you-
paying for 4 screens in
you
our house because
do
of the
not
kids.
notice
But
the difference in the definition. Like,
No.
Really?
No, it doesn't matter which TV I watch it
Alright.
on. I can
Well,
watch
that-
it. I can watch it on this iPad, or I can watch it on the great big one Jenny's got in the living room.
That's the big reason why I still pay for it, is I want the HD. But if it's not that noticeable, I'll take it.
No,
The kids-
and it doesn't destroy my fucking internet, which is nice.
I could care less about HD.
Yep, it doesn't
At
matter.
the end of the day,
my
it's
eyes only
never
see so
anyway.
good.
Right.
Well, and you see those guys on YouTube who are talking like, "Oh, this isn't fucking 60 FPS." Shut up.
4K.
Just-
I don't
Shut
even
up.
have a 4K TV. You think I give a
don't
shit about
either.
4K
Like,
availability?
I can't tell.
I prefer 60 hertz over 120 any day.
I can't even tell.
Yeah.
I was, or somebody was. There was a thing on Reddit the other day. They were comparing Dragon Quest XI and the new, last week the definitive edition released with the graphical upgrades for the whatever, and they've got side by side comparisons. There's no fucking difference. And one dude's like, "Oh, you can see the textures are so much better." Like, no, you can't. Just shut up, nerd.
Well, they're getting to the point now. I mean,
You can't tell.
Kind of in line with what you said, Ward. They're getting to the point now where your eyes can't, even if you have 20/20 vision, they can't
Yeah.
differentiate between the two.
What's the resolution of me looking at you?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you can't get better than that.
Right. Like,
Right.
I'm here.
I mean, that's
and,
real.
And have you seen the commercials for that one that Keanu Reeves is doing, Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever?
Yeah.
Like,
The game that
it looks
will
like
eventually
Keanu
come
Reeves
out.
on the screen. So that's as good as it gets. We're done.
Everybody's
We're
really
done.
hard up for that game, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't.
I want to read before we navigate out of here. I want to read what the AMC CEO had to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
I
Please,
go off on
please
tangents,
do,
but-
because
these coronavirus impacted times are uncharted waters for all of us, which is why AMC signed on to an HBO Max exception to customary practices for one film only, Wonder Woman 1984, being released by Warner Brothers at Christmas when the pandemic appears that it will be at its highest, or at its height. However, Warner now hopes to do this for all of their 2021 theatrical movies, despite the likelihood that with vaccines right around the corner, except Trump didn't buy enough.
Right.
Oh, shit, where was I?
The
theater business is expected to recover. Clearly, Warner Media intends to sacrifice a considerable portion of the profitability of its movie studio division. And that is to production partners and filmmakers to subsidize HBO Max. I can't read. As for AMC, we will do all in our power to ensure that Warner does not do so at our expense. We will aggressively pursue economic terms that preserve our business. And then the part that I like is viewing the world's best movies safely in our big seats with our big sound and our big screens.
Everybody has 80-inch fucking screens at their homes.
Yeah, I have an 86-inch TV now. I don't
when you're 10
give a
feet
rat's
away from
ass.
It's like 100 and,
I liked your comment was like, I'll dip my balls in butter or something. Like,
What did I say? I have to look it up now.
You were pissed.
That shit was funny.
Yeah.
I was paraphrasing Boondock Saints. Of course, nothing's loading. You'll have to look it up.
That's my shitty internet.
Oh, well.
Let's see.
Anyway, but yeah, the...
Okay,
I don't...
So
what difference is it going to make if it's a wall or it's my TV in my living room? Like, either I'm going to listen to my 2-year-old scream or I'm going to listen to somebody else's 2-year-old scream.
At least you can pause it when it's your own.
It's not the same
So-
as it was 20 years ago when the biggest TV you had was a 32-inch.
Exactly.
Or some 50-inch
That you had to swat on the side.
that you had
Remember
to
that
stare straight in front of. You couldn't see from the side.
Yeah.
Big screen TV.
They can lick my ass and suck my balls. I will soak them in popcorn butter so they can get a taste of home.
So eloquent. So, okay, so here, this is from an article from Variety yesterday about Legendary suing Warner Brothers. Legendary Entertainment, the production company that co-financed Dune and Godzilla vs. Kong, may take legal action against Warner Brothers over the studio's decision to send its movies to HBO Max at the same time that they debut in cinemas. Legendary financed a significant portion of Dune, which cost roughly $175 million, and Godzilla vs. Kong, which carries a price tag around $160 million. Yet the company was largely kept out of the loop that their films would be included in Warner Brothers' plan to send 17 films, aka its entire 2021 slate, to the subscription streaming service and any open movie theaters. Sources familiar with the situation say that top brass at Legendary are trying to have conversations with Warner Brothers regarding their upcoming films. Legendary and Warner Brothers have frequently collaborated over the years on titles such as Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover movies, and the Godzilla franchise. Legendary is hoping to first negotiate a more generous deal, but they aren't taking legal action off the table should the two companies fail to come to a compromise. One possibility is that Warner Brothers will buy the films outright from Legendary. No legal challenge has been filed yet, but a suit could materialize as early as this week. It's unclear what grounds Legendary would use to challenge the decision, though it'd likely involve breach of contract. Because again, they agreed to fund these movies, and then Warner Brothers decided to do something with them without their say-so. Can you legally do that? If you got all of your friends to pitch in money, say that the four of us here were like, you know what we should really do? We should buy this really cheap piece of property and we should build a house on it. And I'm going to be the one that does all the paperwork for it, and I'm going to make sure that it all gets done, and you guys are all going to kick into it. And then I'm going to buy that house, but I'm not going to live in that house. I'm going to rent that house out, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life renting it to people so that I get money and residuals for it every month. Is that fair to you guys.
It doesn't matter if it's fair. It matters what's legal.
Exactly.
That's true.
What does it say on paper?
What
At
is
the end of
legal
the day,
precedent?
that's what America is.
I mean, yeah, it sucks, but at the same time,
And how?
But
out
is
of
it
ba-
documented
how
in
out of-
their
how out of-
agreement?
Yeah. Again, how out of bounds would it be for one of you guys to be like, wait?
I
You
just
said
built the
we
fucking
were
house
building a house. You didn't say shit about the fact that you were going to make money off of this fucking thing without us for the rest of your life. Because that's where it really boils down to. Is Legendary's not going to see shit of that money.
is it ethical? No.
No, it's not.
But is it legal?
Possibly.
Probably.
Very possibly. And yeah, honestly, probably.
Well,
Because-
like you said earlier, Chris, their argument in court will probably be we wouldn't have recouped the cost of even.
We could release it in the theater. That's cool.
They should.
But
They should
nobody's-
release it and
Well,
have it
they're-
go upside
Let's
down.
go ahead and do that.
They're-
then you
they're
guys
going
can be
to.
fucking
That's the
losers,
thing
and then
is
it'll be
all-
on our streaming service later, and we'll get the people then.
And realistically, that's probably what their lawyers came up with to cover their asses. That's probably why it will be released in theaters at the same time that it's released on HBO Max. Is then they can say, no, we still put it out in theaters. You guys still get a cut of the theatrical profit.
Yeah, how long are you going to sit on those then? Until when?
Like
if
Disney's
you decide
done with
that-
Black
Dude, that's-
Widow,
yeah,
like,
that's
it's
the Marvel-
Such an
that's-
awful fucking choice.
That's the Marvel thing. How long can you sit on these movies before you eventually have to fucking do something?
Yeah.
Like this whole last year of Disney Plus has been wasted.
Yeah.
Because we were supposed to have Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and now we're going to
And-
get WandaVision later this month.
And I'm admittedly more excited for that than I am Falcon and Winter Soldier, but I
Kind of.
still
I'm a big
would've-
Winter Soldier fan, but
I am too, but I'm really stoked for WandaVision. I think it looks cool.
yeah.
I like what they're doing with it. It's
But
a neat idea.
I want to know why it was so important that Black Widow be this big release. Something has to happen in that movie that it needed to be.
I think it is nothing more than it's a Marvel movie, so at worst it would have made $600 million.
I'll tell you exactly what'll happen. It'll
Really?
start out. Yeah, I can tell you exactly what's going to happen.
It'll
It'll start out with a big theatrical something or other. Okay, then it'll calm down. Then there'll be a bad guy introduced. Okay, then she will lose to the bad guy, but not completely lose because she's not going to die. But then she'll have a comeback, and then she will beat the bad guy, and that'll be the end of the movie.
She is going to die, just not in this movie.
Yeah.
Because she already died in
Right.
Endgame.
Yeah. So I've already spilled the movie. That was a
Spoiler alert,
spoiler
folks.
alert.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Because that
Now you
is
know how Black Widow
every-
goes.
That is every Marvel movie
Yeah,
ever made.
they're
That's true.
extraordinarily. And it won't just be a bad guy. It'll be a bad guy who has weirdly similar powers and capabilities
yeah,
to
and
the hero.
this is what I don't get, like Superman, let's say. So Superman can't die, pretty much, and he has this bad guy that can't die, pretty much, and they battle it out and destroy the city. What the fuck is the point?
Yeah. Like, why didn't they use Lex Luthor?
Yeah.
And then when they did, they used the fucking Jesse
They
Eisenberg one.
made him.
But,
the
superhero
weirdest.
movies, they just annoy me. I can't. I have a hard time with movies anymore because most of them are so bad.
Did you guys see the new Snyder cut
Yeah,
trailer
yeah,
What's
with
that one? I haven't seen it.
Hallelujah?
yeah. It was the same one that they used in the black and white version. They just colorized it and added a few scenes.
It was fucking stupid.
He has a big heart on for that song.
He does.
Uh,
I get
I'll
less
watch it.
excited about it the longer it takes him to get it done.
Yeah.
Like a year ago when they were like,
Well, it's like-
it's going to be
that's
6
like the
episodes.
Black Widow
They
Like,
should have
no.
held off on announcing it.
That's like the Black Widow thing. I'm less excited about the movie.
Yeah.
The
Like,
more
just
they
put
hold it,
out
the
on
more they
Disney
hold it
Plus.
off, the more I'm like, if I.
Just throw it out there. Just add it. No one will even notice. Don't even announce it. Just put it out there. Just be like, hey.
Did you see this? It was on here. Like
Browsing
You're
through.
just clicking through. You're like Black Panther,
You're
Black
like,
Widow,
No shit.
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I'd be
Ant-Man
more
and the Wasp.
likely to watch it if I just happened to come across it.
Yeah.
If they,
I would be much less excited for Black Widow if it didn't have Florence Pugh in it. I've talked about Midsummer on our previous shows,
Yeah.
and she was the lead in that. And if you haven't seen it,
oh,
I can't even hear
Midsommar,
myself.
That was so good.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
movie fucking
So the girl that is the lead in that,
Yeah.
she's the new Black Widow.
Oh,
She's taking over for Scarlett Johansson.
okay.
She's in a movie on Hulu called Fighting with My Family that is loosely based on that chick Paige from the WWE, and she plays her.
Oh, is that who that is?
She is fucking phenomenal.
That Fighting with
She
My
is the
Family
biggest-
movie's good.
yeah, right?
That was a good
She's
flick.
the biggest reason why I want to see Black Widow is I really, really fucking like her.
Wow. All right.
She's great.
She was. She reminds me of like an actress that Jennifer Lawrence could have been.
Yep.
Yeah, she was
You
really-
watch
she's really
you
good
watch
sometimes.
Jennifer Lawrence in like Winter's Bone, and you're like, fuck.
I saw that in the theater in North
And
Carolina.
then they stuck her in the Hunger Game movies, and it kind of made her less desirable. Not
It's
like
a cookie cutter
yeah, it's
teen.
The books were horrible.
Were
They
they?
were so. I can't believe they made movies out of those.
Did you watch Red Sparrow?
Yeah, that was good.
It wasn't bad.
which one was that?
That's the one where she's the Russian spy and
she's
she's
like a
all
sex queen.
sexy and
No,
They teach
I'll
her to
check it out.
fuck pretty much.
they literally teach her how to fuck people to get information out of them at one point in the movie. It's interesting.
It's
And I
actually
missed that
good.
day in interrogator
it's very
school.
that's right. It's very gratuitous, but it ain't bad.
It's good. They make her fuck some dude right in front of the class.
Shoot
Or they
your
almost
hip
fuck.
like
I can't
this.
remember.
And he'll tell
No,
you
dude.
everything.
Like I said, Florence Pugh is the main reason why I want to see Black Widow. Black Widow's dead. Spoiler alert: Scarlett Johansson died. Everybody fucking knows that.
Endgame is like 2 years
But
old.
yeah, exactly. But they're using this movie as apparently she's going to be in the Hawkeye show on Disney Plus, and they're using it as a kind of backdoor way to introduce her as the new Black Widow character. And I really, really fucking like her.
Nice.
Is Scarlett Johansson just tired of doing it?
No, I think it was more of a Robert Downey Jr. thing where they were just like, we're kind of
We're gonna phase out the old
there's
people.
not
and
so
get
much
everybody-
there's not so much we can do with you anymore. You're really expensive.
You're really expensive.
You're really
That's-
expensive.
We need to downsize.
You're
And
old.
apparently well, you know who Taskmaster is.
Yeah,
Apparently he's really badass in the movie.
I hope so.
But
He's really badass in the comics.
yeah. But
So his superpower is as soon as he sees somebody do something, he can do it. And so,
Yeah.
like, he watches Captain America do his thing so he can fight like Captain
Really?
America. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so he sees him throw the shield and he can
So
throw the shield.
he's like the dude in Heroes that when he like
The little
examines
girl.
their
Yeah.
shit that
Yeah.
he could take over.
Yeah.
Heroes. The first season of Heroes was good.
Yeah, it was.
Fucking A, that was
I've
good.
watched it so many times.
So good.
It's
And
great.
You know what I love about it? It ends at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Like, it's done and you're not expecting more.
Yeah.
And then they
Dude,
just fucking wipe their ass with the rest
What
of
is it?
Oh, yeah.
Is
Then
it,
they're like, let's time travel.
it. Yeah.
Jack
Yep.
Coleman, the guy that plays the guy in the horn rim glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He is so phenomenal in the first season of that show.
Yep.
He is such a great, creepy, suited bad
He's
guy.
one of the best
Oh, he's
Batmans
good.
ever.
Oh, he's good.
Because he
I need
doesn't
to
have a
watch
bat
that
suit.
again.
He doesn't have a bunch of money. He's just a super good
I
Batman.
haven't seen that show in 15 years. I need to watch it again.
Yeah.
Season 1 still holds up, but
I
that's
remember when they were
it.
advertising that in the movie theater.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I think the first I ever saw anything for that, I went to see Snakes on a Plane.
You guys seen Better Call Saul?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, that's
Oh, yeah.
a good
Yeah,
show.
yeah, it is.
I
can't
was
wait
super
for
on
it.
the fence.
As
when it
good as
first
Breaking
started.
Bad, if
Yeah,
not
I
better in some
if
regards.
Not better, yeah.
I think it's better.
I was
You
super
know,
on the fence, but
whoever's
yeah.
the director in that show does such a good job.
Dude, Vince Gilligan knows his shit.
Like, every episode starts out kind of uniquely strange, and he just knows how to make a good show.
What are
Well,
we watching?
Speaking of
what
universe
is
building.
this?
Oh, I was just moving up the next segment.
Oh.
What's the name?
When
Way
we're
to
done.
cue it up.
Yeah.
But way to distract everyone.
Sorry, I
Like,
wasn't-
wait, what are we looking at? I thought you were pulling up something related to Heroes.
No. Sorry.
Shit, yeah, I'll watch Kristen Bell throw lightning at people. I just finished watching The Good Place.
I
Dude,
forgot
right?
she was in that.
Yeah, she was Steven Tobolonsky's daughter.
Yeah.
He touched things and turned them to gold.
Yeah,
she threw fucking lightning at people.
He was Midas. The best thing that Milo Ventimiglia ever did.
God, he's awful too.
Yeah, he's really
There are quite a few really
He was Peter Petrelli.
bad actors in that.
Yeah.
And there's some good ones that they really wasted.
Remarkably bad acting in that show.
I think Hero and his little sidekick were good.
Yeah.
Nathan Petrelli was really good.
Honestly, most everything.
Where is that?
in
Like, I
season
don't
one-
see that actor in anything now.
He showed up in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh, that's right. I was
General
looking at his
Talbot
credits
in
the other
Agents
day.
of S.H.I.E.L.D.
He played a lot of high-ranking military officials in a lot of different
Because
things.
he's got that
He has
jawline.
that military look.
like
No, he
in,
was.
in
He was.
single episodes of things. He was in a ton of shit, but he never didn't do a lot of.
He was General Talbot in several episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Wow.
Yeah,
But
It's like always casting Timothy Oliphant as a marshal. He plays a U.S. Marshal in Fargo, season 4.
he
no
got,
shit, he's in Fargo
he was
season.
funny.
Oh my god,
Like
that's funny,
in his early 20s to really like his early 30s.
dude. Girl
think-
Next Door.
Yeah,
When he plays the pimp guy,
played
he is
a
so
pimp.
fucking
He played
funny in that.
pimps
show
and
was
drug
so
dealers
good.
Yeah.
and pornographers.
He was so.
And then
funny
he
in
does
that.
this whole shift.
Yeah, he was a drug dealer in Go. Well, he was.
You're
he was-
right.
He was a killer in Scream.
I
too.
totally forgot he was in Go.
He was the terrorist in Die Hard.
Yeah,
he was the bad guy.
That was when he started.
He was
his
great
shift.
in Die Hard.
Because he was a government official in that who went bad,
Yeah.
and then after that he got into Deadwood and he played
Well, he'd already been in Deadwood.
oh, that's true,
But
yeah,
the roles were starting to kind of
he was
change
starting
there.
to move
Yeah.
toward Lawman,
Once he started to move towards that, it was the only thing that he did.
and then he got that Santa Clarita Diet where he was the stoner.
I am so pissed that
husband.
show got canceled.
that was a fun
I
show.
loved that show. It was so much
a
fun.
show.
It was, and that's the best word for
It was
because
dumb,
it
but
wasn't
it was
good.
fun.
But it
No,
was
it
fun.
wasn't
It was
good, but
so
it was definitely
enjoyable.
fun.
I imagine it would have gotten really expensive after 3 seasons though,
Yeah, probably. But it was fun.
because
And like
Drew
Netflix
Barrymore
doesn't
can't
have
be
the
cheap.
fucking money to throw at it. You can make 4 seasons of Big Mouth, but you can't fucking make
Oh, fuck that
I
show.
assume that was cheap.
Big Mouth is it is not as like lowbrow humor as some of the stuff that they do. Like it has a few high points, but Jesus Christ, it has its moments where you just want to
I haven't even turned it on.
I haven't looked at it.
I've watched the first 3 seasons. I'm not necessarily proud to admit it, but I'm a big fan of John Mulaney.
I wanted
like
to
A very,
BoJack
very
Horseman.
big fan of John Mulaney. See, I haven't watched an episode of BoJack Horseman.
I wanted to like it, but it's I don't know.
They do a good job. The only credit that I will give that show is they do an actually really decent job of capturing what it feels like to be an awkward pubescent teenager. The problem is they don't crank it to 11. They crank it to like 111. And it's just so outlandish that it's
Too
not
much.
relatable.
no, it's not relatable. It's
See,
really
that's the
not.
thing is that shit has to be relatable or it's not funny.
There's some funny
Yeah.
moments to it.
There's a lot of times when things just get. You're like,
And-
I'm not there anymore.
Like one of the things is the boy characters in the early seasons. The boy characters have this. He's like a puberty demon, basically, that shows up and manifests to them, and is like their burgeoning manhood embodied, talking to them about all the things that they need to do. And I think it's the second season when the female characters start to get one. But the female character's puberty demon is voiced by Maya Rudolph. And I don't like her. I don't find her funny.
Which one is she?
She's been playing Kamala Harris on the recent stuff of SNL. She was on SNL for quite a few years.
Was she the judge on The Good Place?
She was the
Yes.
judge on The Good
I
Place.
hate her.
I don't fucking like her, and I don't think she's funny. I don't think that just saying something.
She's a
with
she's a coat tailer with Amy Poehler and Tina
Yes,
Fey. She
yes,
coat-tailed.
Yes.
Basically,
saying something in a funny voice does not make it funny.
I don't like anything about her.
But she's a coat
Like-
tailer and she knows it.
Yeah.
But she's gonna milk it till the.
But because Nick Kroll, one of the things that I didn't realize initially was that Nick Kroll does like a good 5 or 6 of the voices on the show.
Yeah.
And they're really pretty impressive, the range that he has and the vocal work that he does. But I honestly thought that the puberty demon initially, it sounds so much like Will Arnett that I thought it was Will Arnett, but it's not. It's Nick Kroll. And then, like I said, the second season shows up, and she shows up, and she has this really like trying to be sassy black woman voice, but it's not, and it's grating, and it really I don't
You
know.
know who I would have liked
She's
to
like
see?
one of the most grating celebrities.
I don't
there
care
is.
for her.
You know who I would like to see coattail more than her would have been Rachel Dratch.
Hard disagree.
Which one's she?
I don't like Rachel Dratch. I don't think she's funny.
I think some of the stuff that she did was okay. I think
her whole.
I would have rather seen her.
I would have rather seen her over Maya Rudolph.
That's
but
where I was kind of going with it.
Given the choice between the two, I'd take neither.
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
I
don't like Rachel Dratch. I don't think that Maya Rudolph can at least be funny. I don't think she's good at it. But she can do it. I don't think Rachel Dratch is funny.
No, she's uncomfortable.
I think she's off-putting.
Yeah, she like when she comes on screen, I get uncomfortable.
Her
I think
bits,
that's what
her bits on 30 Rock.
Oh, I didn't like her on 30 Rock. I largely didn't like 30 Rock.
There's a lot about it that I didn't like, but
I assume it's what women feel when Donald Trump comes on screen. That's what she makes me feel. Like just uncomfortable.
I'm not.
You need to take a shower.
Now you can empathize.
I'm not somebody who hates on somebody for being like unattractive or like physically repulsive.
She's like intentionally that way.
When that's your thing, I always go back to. It was funny to me that you mentioned it the other day. The It's Pat.
Yeah.
Where your whole intent is to be as physically repulsive and off-putting as you can be.
Yeah.
It works for me, man, and I don't want to fucking see you, and I don't care how funny it is. I just don't want to fucking see it.
I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I just no, thank you, I'm good.
Ta-ta.
Yeah.
I'll look over here.
Yeah, there's all sorts of shit that's like that, and I don't get the appeal because they're trying to not be appealing. They're specifically trying to not be
that's
appealing.
a big part of why I hate Amy Schumer.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
Yeah,
Same.
Absolutely cannot stand her.
Nope.
She's the person I like the least in the industry.
The only thing that I've ever seen that I've liked that Amy Schumer did was she did one episode of her show that was a parody of 12 Angry Men.
Oh,
and
I was going to say step in front of a train.
She's barely in it. Like she's only in it for a handful of minutes, but the whole thing is like a 20-minute parody of the movie 12 Angry Men, and she gets these guys to be in a jury, and it's all just this jury discussion, and instead of it being a jury discussion about whether or not this guy is guilty, it's a jury discussion about whether or not Amy Schumer is good looking. And it's fucking gold. Like seriously, you should check it out because it's really genuinely funny.
Is that her Inside Amy Schumer?
Yeah,
show?
it was on Inside Amy Schumer, and it's the only thing I've really ever seen her do that I liked, and I actually love it.
And it was because it was self-deprecating to the point that it.
And she's barely in it.
Yeah.
It's about her, but it doesn't feature her.
She had to check the box of approval on the job, but.
Yeah,
for what the writers wrote.
Well,
because
yeah.
obviously people are sitting around writing these jokes.
Well, yeah.
It's basically probably a roast.
Yeah, in a lot of ways that's kind of what it is. But
I'd love to hear it.
It's really great.
It's probably,
honestly,
it's right on point.
It's really, really funny. Like I said, it's my favorite thing related to Amy Schumer that I've ever seen.
And it's just because it's hating on her.
It's just because A, she's not in it, and B, it's all talking shit about her.
She is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything redeeming there.
No, I don't like a lot of female stand-up comedians, but I would listen to Wendy Cummings talk for days before I would listen to Amy Schumer for 5 minutes.
Whitney Cummings?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate her too.
Yeah, so do I, but I would listen to her all day before I would listen to Amy Schumer.
Have you seen her social media lately?
I'm really sorry that you have.
Yeah.
But no,
I don't go seeking it out.
No, I have not. I
just
have not.
Fucking crickets, Ward.
No,
She's very needy.
I must
Is
have
she?
missed the follow on that one. At least Eliza Schlesinger's social media is just a bunch of pictures of her tits because she knows what sells.
Man, I can't.
She's
Is
not
it
funny.
really?
She's not funny
she's not
either.
funny
but
either.
all she does is at least she's aware that she's got a nice body. And so
Did you
she's
watch
just
her?
like-
Did you watch her Netflix?
You know, she
variety
used to
show?
be
I watched
funny.
the variety show. I didn't.
She had a
watch.
couple of funny stand-up specials.
The hot and cold one.
The early ones
Yeah,
were good.
yeah.
The first two,
it
I
was
think,
decent.
were worth watching, and after that, she jumped on that hashtag bandwagon.
Yep.
And like really leaned into the social media instead of actually focusing on doing stand-up.
Yeah.
And lost the whole thing. Like, just do your stand-up and save the social media for social media. You don't have to hashtag party goblin while you're on stage.
Right.
Do that. I don't know. Have your fucking thing in the corner or whatever. Like, follow me on Twitter or whatever. But don't throw it in the middle of your act the whole time.
No, she had some high points. I think I've only seen one of her Netflix specials. If I remember right, it was the hot and cold one, but
Was it hot and cold?
Yeah, very much so. It had its moments.
Yeah.
But
I think that that's the case for a lot of those specials, especially with like someone like her. Because I've watched some of her stuff and I'd be like, oh, that's kind of funny, but then I'm like, that's not. It's just this.
It's very hot and cold.
Ebb
I
and
watched
flow,
the,
yeah.
I watched the
Just
preview.
aptly named.
I watched the preview for her sketch comedy show that she was going to do.
Oh, it's garbage.
And I was like, no thanks. I'll watch reruns of Mr. Show, thank you.
Yeah, I don't
like-
think there's been good sketch comedy in years.
Not since Mr. Show.
I'd rather watch my scrotum hair
Well,
grow.
no, that's not true. I would say that the
a lot of
last
staring going
good
on
sketch
there.
comedy show was Chappelle's Show.
Yeah,
Binge it.
Honestly,
yeah. I don't think there's been anything
I
worth
don't think there's been any good
tuning into since then.
Key and Peele had moments,
Yeah.
but it was way more miss than it was hit. I think in terms of like consistency, I think Chappelle's Show is probably the last really great one.
Yeah,
And before that, it was fucking mid-90s with Mr. Show with Bob and David. Because even the revival they did with Netflix, that they did in the like late 2000s, it was good, but it didn't hold a fucking candle to the old shit they did.
because they both got older.
Because Bob Odenkirk had done almost all of Breaking Bad before they did any of that. Like he had
Yeah.
moved on to a lot more things.
Yeah,
And
it's
David
true.
Cross
We
was-
slowed down.
David Cross was barely relevant anymore. Like the last shit he had done was
Chipmunk movies.
the Chipmunk movies. I was gonna say.
So bad.
I think the last thing I remember him doing was blowing himself on that scary movie.
Oh yeah, the scary movies.
I can do it myself.
Yeah,
And then he
yeah.
dies. I think doesn't he die? He dies
Yeah,
blowing
no,
himself.
nobody will ever be Flying Circus, man. I'm sorry. Best sketch comedy that was ever done, ever, in terms of consistency.
I thought that was real hit or miss too.
I-
Like
I-
the parrot sketch and a couple of the others were good, but like a lot of it was the same. It was like the spam one. The spam one went too hard.
Spam, wonderful spam.
No, the where they're in the restaurant and they're
Yeah.
giving the specials and they're spam eggs and spam. Like
spam eggs and spam.
Yeah.
I'll have your spam.
A lot of it's probably in the moment.
yeah.
The first time you see it, it's like, this is funny.
And a lovely Newburgh.
Because I remember watching SNL skits when I was younger with like Michael Myers and stuff, and he had this one skit. It was like, if it's not Scottish, it's crap. And I remember just loving it. Then it like finally found its way into like I finally saw it again once like clips started circulating online, and I was like, this kind of sucks. Or it's not that good. But when I was at a certain age,
That's why I won't go back to In Living Color. I worry that it won't be as good because I remember In Living Color watching it when I was like my son's age.
oh, it was probably
it was-
hilarious.
Oh God! Like everything Jim Carrey and the Wayans brothers did was just hilarious. I mean that Fire Marshal Bill shit.
Right, but if you think about that now, because you're working on your 12-year-old memory or whatever, but if you try to watch, say, today's version of whoever Jim Carrey is, not Jim Carrey, but like
Right.
The kid equivalent to who that is. If you're watching that as an adult now with your kid, you're kind of like,
That's exhausting.
The difference between then and now isn't content, it's what's available. There's so much more available now that shit needs to be better to be funny. Back then, you only had so much available, and you could, you know, I mean, you had 3 options, which is funniest. Now there's 500 options or 1,000 options.
Yeah.
Which one are you going to watch? And you'll end up passing over so many of them that you don't even know are going to be funny or whatever. But I mean, the selection is so much.
I don't know.
There's a billion hours a week uploaded to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't even fucking keep up with that.
Yeah.
For one, I've always been, thanks largely to you and you introducing me to it, I've always, from a very young age, been a fan of that really dry British humor. Mm-hmm. But there
Kids in the
is...
Hall.
Yeah. IT Crowd. There is an aggressive stupidity to it that I don't know what it is, but one of my favorite bits from Monty Python of Flying Circus is when they're just identifying different types of trees from very far away. The maple, the larch, the larch. I don't know what it is, but like I said, there's some kind of just very, very deliberate stupidity to it that just makes me laugh, and always has.
Have you seen Norseman on Netflix? That show is so fucking funny.
Yeah, I love it. I started watching it with my mom. I fucking love it. Yeah,
you gotta watch season 3 first.
I haven't.
And then the other one.
I haven't seen season 3.
Is it dry?
Yet.
Oh, it's very dry, but it's good.
So, Jeff, have you watched Toast of London?
No.
Do you know who Matthew Berry is?
Yes.
Okay, it's Matthew Berry's show. It's on Netflix. The first 3 seasons are on Netflix, and he plays
What's it called?
Toast of London.
I gotta check that.
He plays an actor named Stephen Toast.
Okay.
And I've talked about it on the show previously, but if you like those kind of things, you will love it. The last episode that I watched, he got hired to participate in a quote-unquote celebrity and prostitute air football match where they bring in various celebrities with their prostitute partners to play soccer on like a foosball table, but it's air football. So you use a straw to blow the ball around to try to make goals. And it's, again, if you like that Kids in the Hall, that really, really dumb, dry British, you'll love it. It's on Netflix. Check it out. I've been a fan of Matthew Berry's since Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Mm-hmm. And it's really, really funny.
My favorite thing, Norseman, he's laying down, he's getting his tattoo, and he's like, oh yeah, I decided to get a tattoo about all the different, expeditions that we've had and blah, blah, blah. And mind you, it's like Vikings, it's back in the 1400s.
It's like Vikings done as a Channel 4 comedy, basically, yeah.
Yeah, and so then they pan out, and it's like a stick figure of him with the bow and arrow. It's so funny. You gotta watch North. Have you seen it?
No,
I'll have to check it out.
It's pretty good.
There's nothing better.
No, I have really, really enjoyed Toast of London so far, and apparently they're making a spin-off series. I saw on Reddit here the other day where they did 3 seasons for Channel 4 on the BBC, and now they're going to do a spin-off series where he comes to America. But it's basically just the story of this really pathetic, failing wannabe actor trying to be successful, and all of the little hijinks that he gets into in the process of doing it, and all the little terrible side jobs and voiceover things that he has to do to try and stay relevant during it. And it's, like I said, if you like that kind of humor, you'll probably enjoy it very much.
I'm putting it in my queue.
I just added it to my list. I'll check it out.
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
No, I've told so many people about Norseman, and they're all, I haven't even seen it.
No, my mom started watching it without me, and she was like, "Ron, you should watch this. You'll enjoy it." And so I sat down and I was like, "This is fucking great."
I was hooked from the first 5 seconds when those old fuckers were jumping off the cliff.
Yeah, it's just so. Again, it is that kind of aggressively dumb, dry humor that I really enjoyed it.
People in power give me a clip boner. So funny.
All right, Ron, you want to read? I apparently can't read.
So what do we?
My screen from here.
Get me back to the notes really quick so I can see where we're going with this.
Okay.
Because I actually watched this clip and I thought it was really, really funny.
Pat
Pat Sajak has been an asshole to contestants on Wheel of Fortune for a very, very long time. This is not something that's new.
Yeah, since like 1980 something.
I got clips.
He's okay. So yeah,
but I don't think that he's being an asshole really, as much as he is just trying to be a caricature of himself.
It's not that he's
after doing it for 30 some years.
Yes, exactly. It's not that he's being an asshole. It's that he's like, fucking really.
This fucking Wheel of Fortune. Do your
Wheel
homework.
Of Fortune. Come on. But so he got in some trouble. Well, makeshift trouble, I would say.
It's people looking for
his name made the rounds.
Yeah. For a reason to bitch about anything.
Pat Sajak left dozens of Wheel of Fortune fans mystified.
Dozens.
On Thursday night. Dozens.
There's only dozens.
Because there's only dozens.
36 at least.
Pat Sajak left dozens of nursing home citizens mystified on Thursday night after the longtime host clapped back at a contestant for the third time in less than 10 days. The episode that aired on Thursday night showed Sajak, 74, in the middle of a promotion for Dick's Sporting Goods when a female contestant interrupted him to make her next move on the letterboard. Never interrupt plugs, Sajak informed the contestant, who replied, "Oh, I apologize." Sajak then laughed before adding, "You can do anything else, but don't interrupt. I'm sorry. What did you want to do?" This isn't even the one I saw.
No, the clip.
This is more recent than the one that I saw.
Yeah. I didn't see this one either.
Maybe Pat Sajak actually is fucking getting fed up.
You know, though, don't interrupt the plug. They probably get told this stuff when they come in and get
they
set up. Don't interrupt the plugs.
They do. I've spoiler alert. I don't know if I've discussed this on the show, but I will get you a guess here. How many times has Ron applied for the Wheel of Fortune in his adult life?
17.
Are you just guessing too?
I'm just guessing.
Oh. 7.
Ding, ding, ding. Good job.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm really, really aggressively, weirdly good at Wheel of Fortune.
That's cool.
Like me with Jeopardy?
Yeah, no, I don't know what it is, but I'm really, really got a knack for it. Sajak's encounter.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Sajak's encounter did not go unnoticed by viewers, a majority of whom took to social media with their concerns about the host's particularly sassy behavior over the last week.
Love it. We just got to take to social media.
Pat Sajak,
that'll solve all our problems.
Is at Pat Sajak okay? He's been testy lately, one viewer asked.
He's clapping back.
My goodness, at Pat Sajak, please be kinder to your contestants. What has happened to you? Yikes. Hashtag Wheel of Fortune.
They're just looking for retweets.
Fuck, I hate Twitter.
Yeah.
Which culture did we appropriate clap back from?
At Pat Sajak has turned into an angry uncle this year. No, he is just sick of these people who don't understand what the fucking guidelines of being on a game show are.
Yeah.
You speak when you're spoken to, for fuck's sake.
It's part and parcel to the same thing. We're living in this social media universe, and so Wheel of Fortune has been forced to kind of evolve with that at the same time.
People talking about Judge Judy like this, and she is a flat-out cunt to people on a daily basis.
I know, but that's her bones. That's where she gets her. That's her deal. So
people watch her.
I don't know. I think that it's an overreaction, and I think it's just people just fucking acting out to act out.
Fucking silly. So no, I haven't seen this one though.
This is the most recent clip.
Yeah, let's see this.
I saw the one about the. Oh, we don't have volume.
Where's my sound?
Middle-aged white
Be able to stay here for 3 days.
Yeah. Vanna's very first show. My mom was a 3-day champion back in 1982.
Oh, that's right. You used to be able to stay here for 3 days.
Yeah,
They had
when you
they
get
had to
to
bring
stay.
changes of clothes because we would do the shows in the same
Yep,
day. Yeah,
exactly.
And yet the family members would run out with the same old clothes for 3 days.
38 years after his mother appeared on Wheel of Fortune, contestant Darren McBain spun the wheel Wednesday night. And he
Darren
did
McBain
really
sounds like a
well,
good porn name.
especially on a crossword puzzle for things that start with the word kitchen.
Yeah, this was the
Cabinet,
one I heard about.
Towels, oven, sink.
Got them all. Yes, sir.
Who calls it a kitchen oven?
Kitchen oven. What's that?
Yeah. Where else would you keep an oven?
Well, for sure in the kitchen, but who calls it a kitchen oven?
Shut the fuck up, Darren.
Seemed to agree with Darren's point, including one fan who tweeted, "Kitchen oven is like saying bathroom toilet." However, host Pat Sajak didn't appreciate Darren questioning his puzzles.
Don't you want?
They're
to
not
lie,
his puzzles.
Darren?
Yeah.
You got the puzzle. Ungrateful players. I've had it. No, I'm just teasing. Yes, I finally snapped.
Many fans thought Pat having none of it was hilarious, while some viewers thought it was a bit much, like this person who tweeted, "Oh my, Pat Sajak almost lost it on this dude."
These people haven't seen a person lose it.
Have these people ever watched old episodes of Match Game?
These people have never been out of their basements.
On Match Game, not only would the host, whose name I can't remember,
I can't ever either.
but I know that Richard Dawson was on there.
Always.
Always.
Bottom
and I know
middle.
that, yeah, bottom middle, exactly. And I know that Betty White was on there
Charles
regularly.
Nelson Riley.
But they, not only would the host openly ridicule the people's answers, but all of the game show contestants.
The whole panel.
They would openly ridicule.
It was like
Yeah.
roast time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like open field day for roasting the contestants.
Yeah, Betty White was a
Made it fun.
savage.
Yeah.
Savage.
What would these people have said to something like that?
Yeah.
Perhaps Pat felt a little guilty about the outburst because at the end of the game, he offered Darren a lighthearted apology.
I'm sorry I yelled at you, Darren.
I started that.
I just don't remember your mother giving us trouble like you did.
She would never do that.
Hey,
What an asshole.
He's a fucking prick.
Fuck Darren and his mom.
I was talking about Sajak.
No, man.
Fuck all of them. I don't know
Darren's-
any of those
Darren's
people.
mouthy.
They can all get hit with a meteor. I don't care.
Darren's mouthy.
I
Fuck
can't
him.
believe that made the news.
This one, yeah, I know. Exactly.
Right?
This one's from 6 years ago.
Oh, jeez.
This is an ongoing battle.
Leading us off, a rare moment from Wheel of Fortune.
Rare
It's
moment.
not a rare
that
moment.
rare.
It's been going on for
30+
years.
A contestant fails and flubs. He has finally had
You
it.
know he's seen a lot, but this got to him here. The Best Friends Week, doing this out in Hawaii right now. One contestant yelled out an answer, want to solve the puzzle. You see it up there? There's only one letter, and they wanted to solve the puzzle. And his response was, "That's amazing, and it's wrong."
Getting a stiff drink.
Oh, the guest was riding a brown horse. So let's see what happens when the next contestant guesses.
Riding a white horse?
And he just walks off.
That's him losing his cool?
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty bad.
That was a good joke.
Oh, you walked off the set.
He said he was losing it for a minute. Where did the horse come from? Anyway, seeing a buddy movie, that's...
It's his gimmick. It's a gimmick.
His
Whole thing is he's...
It
yeah.
wasn't even that. It was a good joke.
Seeing a buddy movie, as you said.
Well, next up. What about
The
my
crowd
big
sounded
fat
really
Greek
upset.
wedding? How long ago was that movie?
So
12
what we
years.
have here is we have a nightly news program filling almost 2 minutes.
I
Of
almost
their
want to
20
watch.
minutes of
I almost want to
airtime.
watch the other 2 minutes to see
Jesus
what these two
fuck.
assholes talk
I
about.
give zero fucks about a
God.
big fat Greek sequel. But so here we have.
God, that woman looks like she.
Nose.
She looks
should
like,
be
dude. She
green
looks
and
like
stirring a
Angelica.
pot.
No, she looks like
She
Angelica
is in the
Houston from
movie.
the Witches movie.
She's in Hocus Pocus.
Is she really?
That's Kathy and Jimmy.
That is not Kathy Najimy.
Yeah.
No,
Look at that.
she
chin.
has not lost that.
Or no,
much
that's
weight.
Nia
I'm sorry.
Vardolos. That's right. They look the
I
same.
was gonna say no. She
Nia
has not lost
Vardolos
that
and
much weight.
Kathy and Jimmy. I
No,
think
she
I
looks
mixed
like
them up.
Angelica Houston's witch character in the old Witches movie from when we were kids. which
they can't cross the road.
Roast me for that because apparently I'm hating on ugly women, but whatever. No, what you see right there is you see 2 minutes of a 20-minute news program that needed to fill 2 minutes of their news program.
Right. Well, and now it's all full
and
of.
Here's the weather, because that's what KLEW does.
Right.
They
now
do
it's
4
all.
minutes of
They
news
don't
and
have
they're
that
like, no, let's hear
2 minutes to fill now
talk
because
to
it's all
David
COVID
for
talk.
10 minutes. Yeah, right.
Jesus, I think that's legitimately torture under the Geneva Conventions.
Ugh.
Speaking of people with
So-
fucking bullfrog necks.
All I can say, if that's Pat Sajak losing it, then I should probably have my children taken away from me.
Yeah.
Because I lose it on my children multiple times a day, every day.
When I just walk out of the room.
Dad lost
Mara getting up from her nap.
Sorry,
Dad's
Dad's
in
way
my
out of
face.
it now. He can't be around him anymore.
When I'm just like, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Lay back down. Let me know when you're calm.
Jesus.
Just lost it.
Jesus. If that's losing it,
Oh,
man.
he just Sajacked her.
That's the episode
Look
title.
at that guy. Up top.
He just Sajacked her. That's good.
Oh, you mean he walked out of the room? Yep.
Dude, what about all the times that Alex Trebek, God rest his soul, would straight rake people over the coals?
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't phrase your answer in the form of a question.
I'm
Whoops.
sorry. It was Bangladesh.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah, man.
And it was never, it never was.
Oh my God.
The words were always exactly appropriate. But that tone, oh my God.
It was
The
like a
tone
disappointed father.
Yeah. Like, oh, geez, I'm sorry, Alex.
You made it all the way to the televised program. I can't believe you let me down like that. Like, that's what the tone was.
How did you score high enough on that written
How did
exam?
you end up on a televised episode? We weed these fuckers out.
All of that in.
I
No,
couldn't
I'm
even
sorry.
get to the fucking tryouts of Wheel of Fortune, man. Come on.
Dipshit.
I think it's because we're from Lewiston.
Yeah.
Because I know I got all my answers right on the Jeopardy test. The 15 times I've
they
taken
can't
it.
bring you on and be like, and you're from fucking where again?
Oh, that smelly place that fucking what's his
That
name's
Tom
wife
Segura's
doesn't
wife
like.
hates.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're most known for being talked about on the Your Mom's House podcast for being a really smelly place.
Fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger fishes here once a year. Leave us alone.
We were the original Idaho State Capitol, thank you.
You should know that, Trebek. He knows it now. Oh.
Well, he knows everything now.
He's got
The moment that you die, you gain infinite knowledge.
3 contestants are the
Yeah.
Father, Son, and Holy Ghost now. Too soon?
Infinite knowledge.
Too soon? No.
Fucking
not at all.
back to really quick. Fucking Fat Man.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Absolutely.
The
Really tight script.
Yeah, I don't think
there is no fat.
There's nothing wasted the whole way through.
Okay, so not to get too spoilery for the people who haven't seen it, even though I know that you don't care about spoilers.
How do you spoil a movie about
But
Santa Claus?
We've all
killing
seen
people?
it.
Besides
Chris.
The cop car. What was the significance of the cop car?
Oh, I don't know.
That was his pushing him
To do something
to
good
do
with his
something
life.
good
No, that's
with
true.
the
Yeah.
skill set that he had.
Yeah. I could see that.
Okay. That was what I took from it, anyway. Because it's not really covered.
Didn't
at
work.
all. It's well, no, clearly it didn't work. But it's not really explicitly covered. It's just kind of, I like those little untouched parts of the movies where if you figure it out, you do. But if you don't, it doesn't really impact the end of the movie.
Right.
kind
They
of thing.
leave it open for interpretation.
Yeah.
They did a good job with the humor in that show too. Like it was spot on. You know, the funny parts were funny.
His bits with the was it a gerbil or a hamster?
Mm-hmm.
That was so fucking funny to me.
I like it when
You strike me as more of a reptile man.
I I like it when they do all the genres of music when he's driving.
Right? Yeah, dude, his road trip to Canada and through Canada, just that could have been its own movie.
Is that what's his name?
Yeah.
Walton. Yeah.
Yeah, that dude is so good.
Highly talented.
Oscar winner Walton Goggins, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that's right. He won an Oscar. Yeah. Deservedly.
He won one for Hateful Eight?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm talking about before he was even on The Shield.
He won an Oscar before The Shield? For what?
For best short film?
Oh, that's right. I listened to, was that the Maron podcast?
I don't know.
He was on Mark Maron. I think he talked about that.
No, I read about it in an article way back when he was still on The Shield. It was a long time ago, because he was talking about...
Pretty sure he won for Hateful Eight, though, too.
Did he?
I think so.
Good on him.
Or if he didn't, he was nominated.
That was a good.
Because he's so different from most of the people that he plays. Because, well, especially Sons of Anarchy.
You should watch.
Definitely doesn't have. Titties.
You should watch Vice Principals on HBO.
Is that a good one?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Danny McBride.
Give it a peek.
And he in it.
I don't like him.
Oh man, boy, you might not like my next suggestion either then. But Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah.
Walton Goggins is in that also.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He and McBride are tight now.
I don't know what it is about Danny McBride, but I just don't like him. He always is the same dude.
He is in these shows too, sorta. But there's a bit of redemption, I think, for him in what's it called?
Gemstones.
Well, no.
Vice Principals.
Vice Principals. What's that?
Vice Principals was better than Gemstones, in my opinion.
I think Vice Principals is excellent. I don't know that I'd call it better.
Gemstones has got to be worth it because John Goodman's in it.
Goodman's in it.
You know, he's doing advertisements for like the fucking either the Northern Quest or the Coeur d'Alene Casino or something like that.
Really?
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, I should throw some of my business there.
I saw one of the local commercials during a football game here recently. There's they have a finger that dances around to tap on the screens, and it's John Goodman's head on the finger.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
He's lost a ton of weight.
Yeah, my dad was like, "Is that fucking John Goodman?" I was like, "Yeah, it is."
Did you ever see The Gambler? It was him and Marky Mark.
Yeah.
That I thought I watched that and I thought, man, he should have played the Kingpin at some point.
Oh yeah, he could have. He was big in that.
Yeah, he could have.
He was big and bald, and I was just like, wow. That whole movie was just like an audition for him to be Wilson Fisk. It would have been perfect. I think he's probably a little old now.
Hi, Amy.
He's having a hard time now.
Love you. Thank you for watching the kids for me during the show.
Have you seen his new Connor sitcom?
He looks bad.
He doesn't look healthy on it.
No, he looks unhealthy.
Yeah,
he looks skinny, but he looks tired.
Yeah, that's a good word. He's tired. It's still a good show, but
I've been enjoying it. The show's been enjoyable, but yeah, he doesn't have the energy.
He doesn't have the charisma that he used to have.
His Hannibal Lecter.
I think he saves his charisma for
was fantastic.
movies, but he doesn't have the same Dan. He's not the same Dan Connery was in Roseanne.
He's no Walter Sobchak anymore. Over the line.
But
you're out of your element.
Let's not forget, dude.
I watched
an aquatic mammal like that in city limits. That ain't legal either.
You watch episodes of the last season of Roseanne. He's got the haircut from Big Lebowski in that last season.
Really?
Oh, really?
I passionately fucking hate Roseanne, and I never really watched that show much. Listening to her makes my ears hurt.
Oh, she got fired like mid
after that first season.
Revival.
Oh, really?
After the first season of the revival, and that's why it's called The Connors now, because she got fired.
She did something
for a tweet, a racist tweet.
Roseanne being racist. What a strange coinkydink.
Weren't they millionaires at the end of like?
Yeah, but they undid it.
Yeah, they made it all into some like thing that was a dream.
Made it like a Twin Peaks type deal.
Yeah.
But election stuff.
Is it ever going to end?
No.
I mean, really, truthfully, is it ever going to end?
We're 5 weeks out.
Even when we hit January and it's supposed to officially end, is it ever really going to end?
No, I keep seeing
Because Trump's news network will open up, and then there'll be a new channel.
I've got a few people who post 4 or 5 times a day about it, and I'm like completely indifferent. I'm so much more interested in like the nonsense that's going on here in town. Like this cocksucker pushing his mask mandate, and now he wants to take away business licenses of businesses that don't force their customers to wear masks.
How many times do you want a mask in a business here in Lewiston?
I don't.
When
I use exemption number
literally
2.
if I have to.
Here's my problem with it. If
you won't let me in without one, then
if the government forces somebody to wear a mask, that's wrong in my eyes.
Absolutely.
However, if a business wants to force you to wear a mask to enter their business, totally different, and I'll respect that. But if the government pushes it on you and it's not the business that's pushing it on you, then to me that's completely wrong.
Yeah. No. Like I said, if it's a business that I have to go to, like if I have to go in and pay for my gas and I've already pumped my gas, I don't like it and I think it's bullshit, but I got to pay for my gas. Right. But other than that, no. If it's suggested, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. And most of the time people don't hassle you if you don't have one on.
No.
And if they do, you just say, "Oh, exemption 2." And
so we were in when we were in Texas. It was pretty mandated down there. You had to wear masks, and we were in this store, and I didn't have the mask over my nose, and the gal comes up to me. It was in Claire's of all places, and my daughter was in there, and gal comes up to me and says, "You need to put your mask over your face, over your nose." And I said, "Oh, I have a medical condition." And she goes, "Well, I need you to get out of the store then." I said, "Okay," and turned around and walked out.
Okay, fuck you.
Amy, have the kids made it home safe and sound? I know it's after 9, so I figured I'd check with you. No, so my girlfriend, right? So, my girlfriend and I were out on last Friday, and we were in Winco buying snacks for our little date night, meats and cheese tray and that kind of stuff. And I was walking down one aisle, and I was like, "Oh, that motherfucker doesn't have a mask on." And that motherfucker doesn't have a mask on. And that person has one on, but it's literally just like down around their jowls. They're not wearing it. And it was no sooner that I saw like the third person. It was like 9 o'clock at night. And I don't know if they have them regularly scheduled to just go off or what it was.
The reminder.
But this all call goes off over the store. And it's like, "Attention all Winco customers. Please be reminded that you need to be wearing a mask appropriately at all times."
I think it's a time thing because I've been in there and it sounds the same.
I wondered. I was, because like I said, if I can go somewhere and I don't have to, I'm not. I don't care.
I just don't.
I completely believe it should be up to the business to allow it or not. Because
agreed.
It's my right.
Agreed.
If I don't want to go in there because I don't want to wear a mask, I shouldn't have to.
No.
No.
And if they don't want to force it on their customers, look at, did any of you guys see the post that Roosters made?
No.
On Facebook over the last like 2 weeks or so?
No, I've seen a couple from them, but not whatever you're talking about.
I have extensive experience in managing social media for like local businesses and stuff like that. And I have never in my life seen something that was like what they posted. It was like a 4-paragraph long thing talking about how the hardships of COVID have been really tough on them. And normally the winter months are really tough, but they make hay during the summer so that they can nest during the winter and blah, blah, blah. And they literally spent like the last paragraph of the post basically begging people
to come.
Like they did not mince words when they flat out said, like, if people don't come to our business, we're going to be forced to shutter our doors. And I don't think that any business should be forced into that situation.
Especially
Absolutely
when
not.
it's such a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole thing is such a joke.
It's People run the risk with the flu.
Yeah. Well,
people run the risk with AIDS. Sorry.
Here's the thing.
But they did for fucking 30 years. They had unprotected sex. They used unprotected needles. People ran the risk with fucking AIDS.
Okay.
If you want to go to a store where you might get COVID, that is your decision.
Something with a 99.9 survival rate?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. And not only that, here's the other thing.
Okay.
So, there is, without a shadow of a doubt, I remember talking about it last year, the novella coronavirus, which came from China.
Yeah.
You cannot tell me that that is the virus running around when coronavirus has been around since the 40s or whenever it was.
Right.
You cannot tell me because if you do a test, both of them will come up positive.
And there's 7 different ones that come up on those tests. And if you spin that motherfucker around a certain amount of times, it will always come up positive.
And get this. The only difference between the novella coronavirus and the one that's been here since, all the other strands is the original one, you might infect 3 people. And the new one, you might infect 6. That's the
I don't
only
even
difference.
fucking care.
Neither do I.
My mom is one of the high-risk people. She's really, really prone to pneumonia. She spent 11 days in the hospital because she got COVID. She genuinely almost died from it. I went to 3 different hospitals. They know this. You don't know this. I went to St. Joe's, I went to Tri-State, and I went to Valley Medical and was like, hey, I live with someone who tested positive for coronavirus, so I need to be tested to find out whether I'm a carrier or not.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
All three of them. Do you have symptoms?
Then we're not going to test you.
No. Well, then we're not going to test you.
Which does a lot of good for
my kids.
Or doing the case, like tracking the cases.
Yeah,
and stuff.
Here's the other
contact tracing.
So,
yeah, exactly.
So up to probably August. I'll give it till August. Probably 20 to 35% of all the cases that were tested up to August were false cases. They were really throwing the numbers.
Look at the
for
NFL.
A long time. Right?
Look at the NFL.
Yeah.
Follow the NFL because I'm a passionate NFL fan.
Mm-hmm.
Follow the NFL tracing and how frequently they get false positives of, so-and-so and so-and-so had to be put on the COVID-19 reserve list because they tested positive today, but they wound up being a false positive because 2 days following they tested negative.
Mm-hmm.
The list of those people is fucking astronomical.
So high. Yeah. It's stupid. This is the most ridiculous thing.
No,
and it's all social media scare is what it is. That's
like I said,
and now they want everybody to get this vaccine.
People are
They've
are
been working on a flu vaccine for 70 years and it's 40% effective, but this one's 95% effective. They're saying now, but we're not sure on the side effects. But what we know.
Did you hear about the business in New York that is a bar that there was a line. There was the yellow zone and the red zone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he was right on the edge of the red zone, and the yellow zone was open.
They arrested him or something?
Yeah, so they didn't arrest him, but he opened his bar. He didn't close it down. He was supposed to be closed completely. He opened it up. And so the police came and said, hey, you got to close your bar down. And he was like, no, I'm not closing my bar down. And so the sheriff's department came because the governor... The police department said, well, we're not going to enforce this. And so the sheriff's department came, barricaded his building, and wouldn't allow anybody in except for him and his partner.
No shit.
Yeah, and so then there was like 1,400 or 1,800 protesters outside of his bar protesting, saying he should be allowed to keep his doors open because, just like roosters, he was going to shut his doors completely if he wasn't allowed to stay open. I haven't heard anything about it in about a week, so I don't know what happened with it.
Wow.
It's I don't know. Like I said,
this whole thing is a shit show.
Yeah.
And it should have never happened in the first place.
Nope.
Is it something that can harm people? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that.
So
I lived through it personally. Like I said, my mom personally, it almost killed her.
Okay, so your mom
she should have quarantined.
Let's say last year before this big scare. You get a cold. Are you going to go visit your mom?
Nope.
Yeah, absolutely not. You're like, my mom's at risk and I don't want to make her sick.
Right.
And everybody that's rational does that.
But do you shut down the entire country for
exactly.
that? No, you don't.
Do you caution tape every other row at the theater?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that makes me happy, though. I don't like people sitting close to me
personally, but I also hate the theater experience and all the fucking.
If the one good thing that COVID's done for this whole thing is killing the theater, basically.
I'll take it.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff it's done that's been great.
But I don't know.
We're down something like 20,000+ deaths this year.
Kids go to school.
People aren't driving
all year, every day.
That's the truth.
With the flu.
Get this.
My kids, and spoiler alert, just in case I get shot about feeling this way, my kids don't get the flu vaccine.
No, you know how many times I've gotten the flu vaccine or flu virus? 0.
I've gotten the flu vaccine twice.
And you probably got sick as fucking hell.
Yep.
Those times.
Yeah, the only time I ever got the flu virus was while I was in the Army, when they made me take it, when I had no choice.
My kid got it twice.
My wife made a big deal about it when we were still married.
Yeah, they used to give it to us.
And she was like, no, you need to do this. And I was like, I don't get the flu vaccine. She was like, no, it matters to me. And I was like, okay. So I did it, and I got sick as fuck.
Fucking thought you were going to die.
Yep.
Yeah, they always gave it to us before we went out in the field, too. Everybody had the flu vaccine shoved up their nose because it was always that spray in the nostril. It wasn't the shot. It was awful. What was that other thing? I just had an idea of something that I saw the other day.
If you look at the flu numbers for this year, they're down like 87% or something from last year.
Yeah, because we're
not testing for it.
We're not hanging around anybody. Like nobody's seeing anybody.
And not only that, but
sorry.
Everybody and their dog is getting. If you get a sneeze, you're going to go get tested.
Right.
For COVID, right? Yeah. Who got tested for anything last year? Nobody, unless you went to the hospital.
Like I said, I live with someone who tested positive for it, and I tried to get tested, and I couldn't. So how fucking worried are we supposed to be when I'm trying to be proactive?
They don't care about Idaho because we're so rural.
Well, yeah.
But because they have the drive-through testing in the big metropolitan cities and stuff. But like, they're not going to get tests over here.
And I'll regularly share these articles that the CDC puts out, and they get no traction, no likes, no comments, no nothing. I don't even think anybody fucking sees them. But since probably March, I've been saying what masks will do to mental health overall, but especially to children. And then the CDC put this out.
Not just the masks.
Mental health-related emergency department visits among children aged under 18 years during the COVID pandemic, United States, January 1st through October 17th, 2020. They put this out on November 13th. Emergency department visits are often the first point of care for children's mental health emergencies. And this report is a comparison between this year and last year on the CDC's website from our government.
What's the cause? What's the underlying cause?
The underlying cause, they believe, is being masked and children not being able to see the faces of the people they're interacting with.
Oh, okay.
And I specifically said this for months, and people are like, "Oh, you're ridiculous. That's not true. The kids are fine. Kids will adapt. Kids will be okay."
No.
Like, fuck no, they won't.
Not
like,
just the
they're
masks.
going to school.
Look at how China turned out.
I can attest from my son alone the amount of drop off of time that he gets to spend with his friends now has fucked with him.
Oh yeah.
Not just whether it's masked or not, but he's gone from seeing his friends for 7 to 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, to seeing them for an hour and a half to 2.5 hours.
Well, they don't need to see their friends anymore because you have video games where you interact with your friends through video games,
right?
And Facebook Messenger.
But everywhere you go,
you don't need to
all you see is this.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not getting any interaction. You're not getting every communication class, every bit of training I got as an interrogator, everything was, this is nonverbal communication. This is like, only the percentage is always somewhere between like 10 and 25% of communication is verbal, and everything else is nonverbal.
Yep.
It's all in the way you position your body, the tone of your voice, the position, like just micro expressions.
Micro expressions, dude. They made a whole fucking TV show about it with Tim Roth.
And the way you move.
Well, when you
whole
talk to somebody,
thing.
do you look at their face, their eyes, or their mouth? I tend to look at people's mouths when they talk. I almost never look above here. Almost never.
And now you have to.
Yep.
Especially if you're wearing glasses. If you're wearing glasses, I'm staring at your teeth.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
No,
and it's doubled or tripled the amount of
and the longer
kids
that it goes
getting
on,
in these things. Yeah.
The worse it's going to get.
The next generation is going to be fucking weird. And they're already weird.
Yeah.
I mean, look at 8 to 6 to 12-year-olds now. They're fucking weird.
They don't even want to go outside.
No.
The ones that do are the exception, not the rule.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, they're fucking weird.
There are still ones that want to, but they're not the normal. They want to get out of school as soon as they can so that they can hop on their Xbox.
If you can't assemble, you're easier to control.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Dude, it's the... what was that episode of Black Mirror? Everybody just has their own little room.
Oh, 15 Million Merits?
Yeah, 15 Million Merits.
Yeah, the best one from season
Everybody has their own little room, and everything that you could ever want in terms of human interaction, quote unquote, is all in that little room.
It's done with your doppel.
Why would you ever need to leave your room? Because you get everything that you need from there.
I've never watched Black Mirror. I need to check it out.
Yeah, it's the second episode. Skip the first episode.
It's more good than bad, but there is genuinely a lot of bad.
The first episode is awful.
Is that the pig fucking one?
Yeah.
I gotta watch that one.
It's interesting, that's for sure. But no, you're not wrong in the fact that the more that you can keep people divided, how do you avoid kids developing hatred amongst each other? How many school shootings have we seen since kids are only allowed to be in school for 2 hours a day, 3 days a week?
I don't know.
When's the last time we heard about a school shooting?
Yeah.
A while ago.
Actually, yeah.
Right? Because they're not there every day getting bullied by the same kids every day. They're at home doing their own thing and minding their own and being told what they need to be told. Because if they're at school for 5 days a week for 8 hours a day and being subjected to the things that they just can't fucking deal with for whatever reason,
Jeff has to go.
I don't think that's a coincidence. How many school shootings have you seen since all of the COVID outbreak stuff?
It hasn't been covered. It's just been COVID every day.
Everything has been
COVID. But don't you think that if there were a
election.
school shooting, you would hear about it?
Yeah, COVID and election.
Right. Well, I mean, there was like 6 a year for a while.
Yeah, I don't think that's a coincidence.
Thanks for joining us this episode, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Take care. It's been fun.
Nice to meet you. No, I genuinely, I don't think that's a coincidence.
No, I don't think so either.
You separate the kids.
But why is that? How is that a bad thing, though?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
What I'm saying is that I think there's a direct correlation between that.
Well, right, and it's the same correlation he made about like people. Fewer people are dying because there's fewer people on the road, fewer traffic accidents.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that certain subsections of death have gone up, but I think the overall death. Oh, well, I know.
I was going to
the
say,
numbers.
The
overall death
has
gone down. But again, our number one killers are.
But if
heart attack.
But if you say that, you're a mask hole.
Right. A mask hole.
You're a mask hole and you're a COVID denier.
Yeah. Well, I am both of those things.
Well, that's irrelevant because
self-admitted.
I know that that's the case, but yeah, no, it's
for me, I've always had this kind of like mixed feelings on the whole thing. Like I feel like early on I was more supportive of the whole notion of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then as time has progressed, it's like gotten more and more tiring. And Nicole, like even my wife is like, can we just hurry up and get it already?
Yeah.
And just be done with it?
Well, and
see,
and
that's the trick, though, is you can't just hurry up and get it already, because the people that I talk to, who I'm like, no, I literally live with somebody who almost died from it.
You had to have had it.
There is no way that I didn't have it.
You were just asymptomatic.
So I was asymptomatic, and I'm not worried about it. You know what they say to me now? Well, there's no way of saying you can't get it again.
Right.
Right. But there was a study not 3 weeks ago that says you're immune for at least 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, but do they listen to that? No, they don't. They listen to whatever fucking Facebook tells them.
And that's what I was shouting about in the chat the other day.
It's
like,
exhausting.
You see these people, and they're not doctors. They're fucking people who just watch the news.
Yeah.
And
well, I was telling you guys, we watch the news almost every night for it's like watching a sitcom, watching the Connors, because that's all it is. They're like, what's going on in the news? Like, because you're tuning in just to hear the fucking nonsense bullshit. It's just because it's.
I don't know how you do it, honestly.
because there's something like every little bit there's something to glean, but at the same time you're just like, I don't know, like, but it, and that's why
it makes me want to tear my skin off.
Yeah, well, and it's why I still have why I still end up being on the fence. I think is because I watch the news, because I have that added influence that isn't necessarily positive.
Yeah,
because you watch enough of something, you get enough of something, you're going to start to think, oh, that's what it is.
Yeah,
I had a week there where I was like, okay, this could be a thing. Early on. When nobody knew what was going on, when it was first coming out of China, when it was that initial fear.
Did that first talk about pandemic before it
was
blew
even
up.
supposed to be here.
We didn't even do the mask up. We hadn't even done the episode where we made fun of it with the masks.
Right.
That first
and
time.
But and by the time we made fun of it with the masks, I was already.
You were past it. Yeah.
But that first week, I wasn't sure because it was before it got overblown. It was just subtle. It was like there's this thing coming out of China. It may or may not become this, but
they were talking about the parallels with the flu of 1918.
Right,
or 1918, the Spanish flu,
and they built it up last year. Like, hey, remember, like the 20s are always
right.
It's always the plague, and I was like, man, this has been in the cultural zeitgeist for a good 4 or 5 months, and then bang, we get hit with this in January, February, and then
where my disconnect is like. Who's the puppeteer? Who's the puppet master? Like who's running the strings on this whole? Like if it's like a conspiracy to do something, or is it just something that because we're so fucking involved, like self-involved with social media and the way that we've built America for the past 20 years? Is it like this monster that we're creating? We're self-realizing that we're just kind of like.
That's part of it.
Believing it into existence, like we talked about.
Did you see that?
That's part of it.
Because I feel like there isn't one person that's making this happen, or one certain set of people or a group. I just think
it's not some weird Illuminati.
It's this cancer that's growing.
Yeah, it's a mass effort. There's not some one group that's trying to control it all. It's It's similar to a mass hallucination.
I'm thinking of that episode.
Like there's not one overlord sitting there going, banging their fingers together going, ha ha ha.
It's the tulpa.
You get a large
It's a tulpa.
Okay.
Is what it is.
Okay.
Enlighten me.
They used it in Supernatural once, and they've used it as the Slender Man legend. I think that's what they used for that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the tulpa it's created from people's subconscious fears.
Yeah.
And it was picked up by one of those ghost hunter shows in Supernatural. But the idea is, and I think it's where all of the urban legends come from. It's like this story gets passed around as rumors. Creepypastas are what they are now.
Yeah.
But this idea gets into people's heads and gains power. And it's a combination of that, which is, I think, is a real thing. I don't think it's mystical. I don't think it's some magical thing, and I don't think it's a conscious being. But I think like these ideas get in, and they get into us, and they move around, and they shift around, and they kind of push everything toward these things. And the other thing is there's people who are in positions of power, and there's plenty of studies that say that, you know, the real psychopaths end up in these high up positions because
they think they know what's best.
No, because they will do the things that are required to get into those positions.
Because they're not willing to compromise.
They'll
do what needs to be done.
Well, yeah.
They'll compromise their ethics to do those things.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not willing to compromise their ethics, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They will do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Whether it's bad or not, they'll do it.
So those people are up there, and they see this opportunity, right? I mean, you've got governors, like the 5 governors that shoved all those COVID patients into their states' old folks' homes, Cuomo and Newsom, and I mean, those people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got a meme saved somewhere that has all of their names and the amount of people they killed with this virus because they just shoved the patients into elder care facilities. But
did they do it? I'm not fully versed on it, but did they do it for ill intent, or
who knows?
Did they do it for?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, and nobody. That's
the thing. Like everything we know about all of this is assumption.
Or it was just
and
like
it's all just
basically the perception is
media.
They did it out of best intentions.
No.
For some people, I'm sure.
Who? No one's like, oh yeah, Cuomo shoved all those dudes in the old folks home because it was a good idea. He was doing it to protect those old people. No, he wasn't.
Well, maybe at one time somebody thought that though.
I've never been in an old folks home and thought, geez, these people are all great for everybody. Wouldn't it be great? But no, I'm sure. Have you seen him speak? Have you ever seen him doing like a press conference? That dude would kill. He would burn down every old folks home and orphanage he could. If he thought he could save some money, because that's a money sink for his state. And so he thought, these people have a virus. These people are weak against this virus. I can put these people in with these people and kill all these people and save
confine them.
All of this money. And if these people die of this facility gets this government money. This government money comes into my state. Well, this is a win-win for me. That's what happened there. There's no anybody who thinks, oh no, he had the best intentions. Those places had respirators and they had nurses on staff. He was doing that to protect those people. No, he wasn't. He was there to get government funds. And that's the other reason the numbers are so high. Because every time you check that, this person died with COVID box, that's another X amount of federal dollars.
We're finding ways to dramatize things and drag it out longer and make it it was like I said earlier, Trump didn't order enough vaccines. I was kind of making a joke because like the instinct for the mainstream media is to be like, this is Trump's administration did this. And I'm sure he did. Mm-hmm. Didn't order enough vaccines or whatever. But that just means for all of America that was looking at that for the light at the end of the tunnel, it puts that light further away now. And it means we can drag this out longer. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And maybe they'll throw us another $1,200 stimulus check.
Yeah. Well, it's $1,500.
But they're kind of holding it over.
And the latest thing I saw was you get your stimulus check when you get your shot.
Oh.
Like, I don't need $1,500 that bad. I could use $1,500, but
they're going to hold the
for them
shot.
to shoot me full of fucking.
Question. Okay. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but this is just fucking weird. Question for my main man in the red shirt. What kind of toothpaste do you wear?
What kind of toothpaste?
I'm sorry, guys, and I don't mean to just completely detract, but that caught my eye, and I was like, wait, what? That's an interesting question. I use...
No, you wear. What kind of toothpaste do you wear?
Do I wear? Hang tight. Let me check. You're about to tell me my teeth are yellow because I'm a smoker, right?
I don't think you can tell that on the thing. I think you're reading. I think he wants you to squirt toothpaste. Like, these guys are weird. They want.
Yeah.
Like, he wants you to
want me to squirt toothpaste on my body, Loist boy?
And rub it in like lotion.
Is that what you're
What
wanting?
kind of toothpaste do you wear? Do you mean use or do you mean wear? Because people don't wear toothpaste.
I don't wear toothpaste, but like I'm.
I mean, maybe.
I'm so interested now. I'm sorry to detract
Are you
from
searching?
the conversation.
What are you searching for?
It's because I have to make sure I'm saying the right one. It is. Oh wait,
I'm not here
you wear it on
for the
your,
political stuff. I'm
I'm
just trying to get the answers the fans want.
Okay, well, the answers the fans want. I wear it on my teeth, bro.
No, you don't. You brush your teeth.
I brush it off, and I actually use Listerine to rinse it off after I brush my teeth. But I use Crest Pro Health Advanced. Shout out Crest, sponsor my fucking podcast, bitches.
I use Crest Advanced with whitening.
Crest Pro Health Advanced, Lois boy.
And it does not like.
That's for you.
There's no point to the whitening part of it.
Can you tell I'm a smoker?
It's just basically it takes care of surface stains.
I won't say mine until Edwardo can get him to sponsor the podcast.
I was gonna say I want some of that fat Crest
they're a
money
podcast sponsoring brand.
Oh yeah, I use baking soda
and peroxide.
Yeah.
My girlfriend keeps trying to get me to use this charcoal type toothpaste, and I keep telling her that it tastes like ass, and I won't use it. But what about my man in the black?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Mine is one of those ones that will deliver you a new toothbrush head and stuff every 3 months.
Oh.
And they give me my new toothbrush every month.
sponsor-
but I will not
people.
say their brand name until they
people.
send me some money.
They sponsor people.
They do. Great company though. I will say that. I do love their product. It's a fantastic toothbrush
Now I'm
and
really
paste.
self-conscious about my teeth.
No, I think he's trying to distract from the political talk.
Okay. No,
I think he's a regular podcast listener and he wants
Crest.
his ads. He's not used to not having ads.
Team Crest. Got that white teeth, bitch.
Yeah. Nice.
Sorry for the distraction, but I read that and I was like, wait, what?
Ron's like a novice to the comments. He's like, comment rabbit hole.
I'm sorry. If somebody
had
wants
to
to
search
take
it up.
time out of their night at 9:45 Pacific time to be like, hey, what are you doing?
Well, yeah.
I'm going to acknowledge them.
Hey, what's going on?
Because there's not that many people
what was
that do.
the one show they were like, this guy wants us to dance together. And
Yeah.
you're like, you want to dance?
It's like, hey, man,
No.
give the people what they want.
I was willing to hang brain for 2 hours. That was one of my suggestions. Nobody was down.
Nobody wants to see that.
The OnlyFans was going to start up. I think that's the only place we aren't.
Okay.
That's where that we should stream there.
I
didn't know they had a streaming service.
We don't even have to be naked. We could just be here on the couches talking about the same shit we always talk about and charge people.
Really? Huh.
OnlyFans is a gold mine. And we all have significant others. And we all have ways to take pictures of them without them knowing.
No.
Rewind.
I'm just, y'all want to be rich? Or y'all want to do this for the rest of your life?
No, I'm just saying we just do this.
Okay.
We just
I'm
stream
saying.
this.
I'm just saying.
On the OnlyFans.
I'm just saying.
And whatever else. That's the only one I've ever seen jokes about. I don't know if there's other ones. There has to be, because it can't just be like the one site, right?
I have a friend who has an OnlyFans.
I know you've mentioned it.
Do you want to know how much money she makes off of it now?
More than I do.
She makes almost $1,100 a month off of her OnlyFans, and she doesn't do nudes. And I'm not joking.
Wow.
Almost 1,100?
Between 1,000 and 11. It fluctuates depending on how adventurous she gets. But
yeah, people dump a lot into that shit. I don't understand.
You could upgrade all your equipment.
I lost a fan. Hey, man, whatever. No, the internet is a gold mine, gentlemen.
Yeah.
And there are a plethora of really, really gross dudes out there.
Yeah.
That we could very, very easily take advantage of and make a whole lot of money off.
We sit here and we think we're kind of I'll get down on myself every once in a while. I'm like, I'm kind of a pathetic guy, but there's pathetic guys out there.
I don't. Yeah.
All I have to do is look in a mirror and I know I'm not pathetic.
Well,
I'm just like, look,
you're so good looking.
What's up, dude?
Well,
I'm just like, hey, how you doing? You've
Hey,
made
man.
it 40. You'll be all right.
I'm just saying.
I say that, and it's not for another few hours.
There are a lot of really, really, really easy ways to make a decent amount of money off the internet, and they require very minimal effort. You know what you do? You grab one pair of your woman's underwear each week, and you sell them.
On the eBay?
On the internet. No, not on the eBay, because eBay won't take that shit. But it's a thing.
On the dark web.
I looked into it when I was still married to my ex-wife, because she floated the idea to me.
That just sounds like her.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I can't see my wife bringing that one up.
You're not wrong. But, no.
Can't either.
Do you have any
I've only met her a couple times, but I don't think...
That's not coming up in the conversation.
Do you have any idea how much money pathetically desperate men will pay for those kind of things?
No.
You're talking like $50 to $75 a pair.
Just put that money away, buy a plane ticket to Nevada.
But they don't.
Fly into Reno and drive out.
That's the thing is, yeah.
Or a doll. Buy a doll.
Your logical brain says that, but we're not talking about people with logical brains. We're talking about people who are willing to buy underwear off the internet. It wouldn't be a thing if people didn't do it en masse.
That's true.
$50 a week. $2,600 a year.
I don't know.
For taking one pair of your underwear and instead of
What kind
throwing
of pyramid
it
scheme you trying to get us into,
Women's
friend?
underwear.
I'm trying to get us rich, bitch. I want to get internet rich. Come on. I don't want to work for the rest of my life. I want that internet money. And I'm not getting it from podcasting, so I'm going to get it from selling
Feels
underwear.
like a Good Girls episode.
Bacon strips and bacon strips and bacon strips. No, that's actually what they do in
I can't get sponsored by Crest, so... Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Orange is the New Black.
That was where she got the idea.
Of course it was.
Because that was
because it's not like she's ever
It's
had
not a novel idea.
That's not, yeah. But no, it turns out
it's a novel coronavirus, though.
I'm not getting money from Crest sponsorships.
That's true.
So, God damn it, I'm going to get money from other places.
I'll fucking wear a sticker on my forehead if they'll sponsor the podcast.
Dude, I will pimp myself out.
Arm & Hammer baking soda toothpaste. I don't care.
I have levels of shame, but they are very minimal. I will happily whore myself out. I'm trying to get rich over here.
Trying to get rich. I don't know. I wouldn't mind paying the house off.
I want that internet money.
What was I talking about before we got derailed by Crest?
Political stuff. That's what he said that he wasn't here for.
Well, and he's half of the current audience, so
we're here for.
I suppose that's important.
For us.
Apparently, we're here for me talking about selling underwear on the internet. So
let's just jump ahead to whatever we're up to next.
Yeah, no,
I'm sure I was ranting.
The alien stuff.
Oh yeah, fuck this Israeli dude.
This is really actually
Israeli Space Commando.
I like this because if you had Israeli space program on your time spent poorly bingo card. Congratulations, you just hit bingo. I'll take things I didn't know existed for 400, Alex.
Yeah, well, that was when Chris posted. I go, Israel has a space program,
Right.
And not only that, but this dude,
But an actual space program, not just like a tee-hee-hee.
he served from 1981 to 2010 as the head of Israel's security space program, and over the years received the Israel Security Award 3 times, twice for confidential technological inventions. You know, their airlines has some of the best counterterrorism people in the whole world. I did a week-long training with them one time. They're fucking amazing. The Israelis are on a whole different level as far as every form of security goes. And this guy's won their awards 3 times.
Wow.
So that's something to keep in mind as we go through
So he
this
says.
nutso stuff. No, these people... that's not him saying.
No, that's I was going to read his.
Oh,
quote.
you're going to say what he said.
I was going to read his.
So
quote.
he says this.
He says the aliens have asked us to not announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. The UFOs have asked not to publish that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. Trump was on the verge of revealing, but the aliens in the Galactic Federation are saying, wait, let people calm down first. They don't want to start mass hysteria. They want to first make us sane and understanding. They've been waiting for humanity to evolve and reach a stage where we will generally understand what space and spaceships are. There's an agreement between the U.S. government and the aliens. They signed a contract with us to do experiments here. They, too, are researching and trying to understand the whole fabric of the universe, and they want us as helpers. There's an underground base in the depths of Mars where their representatives are, and also our American astronauts. If I had come up with what I'm saying today 5 years ago, I would have been hospitalized. Wherever I've gone with this, in academia, they've said, the man has lost his mind. Today, they're already talking differently. I have nothing to lose. I've received my degrees and awards. I am respected in universities abroad, where the trend is also changing. Can I just say the Galactic Federation is what they called it in the Rush song, 2112.
Just saying.
Just saying.
Not saying.
And that came
just
out
saying.
a long time ago, but yeah, just saying.
This guy's 80-something.
Yeah, so he was around when that album came out.
And he was in charge for a long time. Like, the majority of my life.
You know...
There's a lot to unpack there.
Well, there has been...
They have been... These all sound like movie
What's interesting to me...
themes.
What's interesting to me is it goes in line... Because I'm a big proponent in Bigfoot. I don't know if it's something I've ever really talked about on the show, but I firmly believe...
And I don't.
I'm sorry. If you've ever flown over the Pacific Northwest, I fail to see how you could refute the idea of something living in there without us knowing about it. Because it is literally hundreds of thousands of miles of untracked forest. It's no different than the ocean.
That's a fair argument.
If you've ever flown over it and looked down and seen oceans of trees, it is no different than oceans.
But people
But
trek
it is
that
not
stuff,
hundreds of thousands of miles.
What? No,
But
it's
people
not,
trek that.
It's not. Yeah, but they. Yes, I'm not saying it's guaranteed possible. What I'm saying is that I think it's arrogant to say that it's impossible.
And you can go out there and hike and not see anyone.
You can go out there and hike for weeks and not see a person, but that doesn't mean that there's not other things around you that you don't see.
Sure.
Because they, too, are trying not to be seen. Like I said, I thought about it the very first time that I ever flew to California because I flew over all of Washington. I flew out of Seattle. I flew through Washington.
You're
through
like
Oregon,
me. You're one of those
through
guys that sits at
California,
the window
and you
and
sit
watch
at the
out.
window and you look. Yeah. And I'm sorry, but it's the idea that there could be something in there that you don't know about. It's way too big to just be like, nah, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Aliens, same thing as Bigfoot. There was this huge to-do from like the late 60s, early 70s up until the like late 80s, early 90s, when every Tom, Dick, and Harry was catching some kind of thing on their video camera. And now, for some reason, even though we all have these HD fucking cameras in our hands at all times, now that we all have those, we're not seeing any of them. But what we are seeing is official releases from government things saying, yeah, this might have been something that we saw.
The UN's appointed an ambassador
that we just didn't say anything about
space.
at the time. And it's been more UFOs than it has been Bigfoot, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
But it's weird. It used to be, it was all people posting shitty videos and the government being like, I don't know what they're talking about. They're crazy.
Yeah.
And now it's been a complete inverse where you never see a fucking video of somebody catching a UFO anymore. But now you have entire government histories.
Maybe it's just to keep the hope alive.
Tens of 20 years worth of stuff where they're like, yeah, no, so these guys were on a flying exercise and they saw this thing and really we don't have any idea what it was, but it was there and we all know it was there and we're admitting it was there, but we don't know what it was.
You ever go on the Black Vault?
No.
Oh, this dude, John Greenwald Jr.
Okay.
He's got a podcast, Black Vault Radio, fantastic. His whole life, like, he's roughly my age, almost exactly. From the time he's like 15, 16 years old, he's been putting this website together, like from the dawn of the internet. Mm-hmm. And it's all declassified government documents.
Okay.
The whole thing. He's got millions of pages of government documents that he's gotten through Freedom of Information Act requests. Yeah. So he sends these out all the time, and he's got whole sections of this is the UFO stuff. And we've talked about this before on a couple of different occasions. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
And they shift the name around every decade or so.
It becomes Project whatever.
Oh, no, just what they call UFOs.
Oh, okay.
So that, like, you send, I want all of your information on UFOs. That's your Freedom of Information Act request. I want all your information on UFOs. Well, just stop getting shit after 57. Everything up to 57, you've got all this stuff from, like, Roswell up until then. Yeah. And then you just, that's it. Here you go.
The Roswell thing is a really, really interesting example.
And then you stop getting things because they start calling them something else. Like, now they're fucking UAPs.
Yeah.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Yeah.
Well, fuck you, dick. You changed the goddamn
thing. It's
the same thing.
Yeah.
Why did you change it? Unidentified flying object. Unidentified.
No, the
synonym.
The Roswell thing is something that has fascinated me since I was a kid because, and it's something I've never understood why more people don't look into or give more credence to, because if you look at what happened in the days, literally the days of, not after, but the days of what happened the day of the Roswell incident, what happened the day the following of the Roswell incident, the government gave 3 different stories in 4 different days.
Mm-hmm.
And they openly, that's what's so interesting about it to me, is they openly gave multiple different stories.
Right.
They came out and were like, no, this thing crashed and we don't know what it is.
Because not everybody watched the shit then that watch now.
Well,
like, there's not...
Right.
That's very true.
Not everybody had a TV.
That's very true. But all of that information is still there and readily available to people.
And
that's
most of it is declassified.
Yeah, and most of it is declassified now. And honestly, most of that stuff is pale in comparison to a lot of the things that you see in the 70s and the 80s.
That's the shit that we need to be going back and re-examining, like that kind of footage.
Something came into our airspace that didn't show up on anybody's radar, and we all are, like, you can hear the audio of the pilots talking about what they're seeing and what it's doing, and it's not on any radar or anything like that. And
that's the shit as a country we need to be going back and like investigating instead of like
have to lie about it.
What John Wayne said in a Playboy interview.
Right. Like, why do we fucking care about what some jagoff who dressed up as a cowboy for 50 years said in an interview in a skinny mag when we could be talking about this.
Right.
Yep.
Like, really? Let's cancel some dead
Dead guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Oh, let's worry about President so-and-so. Let's not. I don't care about Reagan. Reagan's dead.
Yeah.
There's nothing I could do. There's no comeuppance we're going to get from Reagan.
No, it's fun to watch, but the stuff you need to re-examine is the stuff that actually has relevance.
Yeah.
And this Greenwald guy's got a lot of shit. Like, a lot of shit. And some of the stuff that he's got is just whatever. But he focuses on the UFO stuff, and there's some interesting stuff about a place called Skinwalker Ranch.
Heard about it.
That you would like a lot.
Heard about it.
You should find the documentary that they just.
But yes, I've heard about it.
Recently put out, like last year before, they put out a documentary about it. But there's like
apples,
weird shit there. What? Favorite
Who
fruit?
wants to know our favorite fruit? Apples. Sorry, no.
Ooh, God, that's a tough one.
Not for me. I love apples.
What kind of apple though?
Granny Smith.
That's a good one.
They have a good bite to them.
I don't mind a Golden Delicious.
No, I don't either, but I like the bite that you get from a Granny Smith.
I'm not a Fuji guy.
No, Fuji's are okay, but they're
they'll do in a pinch.
No, I
like oranges.
It's
I think.
All of that stuff that you see from pretty much the Roswell incident on into the 70s and 80s. So much of that stuff is I don't want to call them not credible witnesses, but it's a lot harder to take some dude that lives in Maine who says that he was taken for 6 hours. Because I if you guys want to get really fucking crazy with it, I have an abduction story.
Like personal?
Personal.
Nice.
Sure.
I've only told 2 people about it in my entire life because I feel genuinely like a crazy person talking about it.
Right on.
Go ahead.
I was in 6th grade, and I had a dream that I was abducted. I don't remember a lot of it. I remember waking up in my room with a bunch of weird lights. I remember waking up in a basically empty white room, and all I really remember is not being able to figure out where I was. I had pain in my wrists, and I had pain behind my head. And I woke up. You ever have one of those sleeps where you know you slept for like 9 hours, but you don't feel like you got rest?
Yeah, yeah.
And you feel like you could sleep for another 9 hours?
You mean every day?
Right. Yeah, I feel that now. But I woke up the next morning, and I had in both of my wrists, on the sides of them right here, on the inside of my wrists, a little triangle of dots on both sides, and I had one right here.
And you were how old?
I was in 6th grade.
So 12.
I was 12-ish.
11,
I lived on Frost Lane over by the Jehovah's Witness place.
Oh, well,
I'm sure it wasn't just a Jehovah's Witness.
No, like I said, it's not something that I talk about with a lot of people because I genuinely feel like a crazy person talking about it.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things that you don't... I don't know. You didn't get me a cup of coffee.
Oh, there's a cup right there. Do you want one?
I'll get one.
Grab a cup.
But no, like I said, it's one of those things. I don't really discuss it often because I feel like a weird, crazy person talking about it.
But
I had a really, really weird dream, the likes of which that I've not had. I woke up very, very unrested, and I woke up with unexplainable marks in 3 spots on my body.
Did the marks leave scars?
No.
No.
And I've never had anything like it ever since, even remotely. But, yeah, it was a thing that happened to me.
That's bizarre.
My parents are convinced they heard Bigfoot yell in the woods one time.
Really?
Yeah, and it's really funny to hear my dad talk about it.
Does he do it? Does he do the sound?
No, he doesn't.
Damn it.
He tries to find the sound on YouTube.
You walked by him. They're right there on the...
That's not as good. I would try and make the sound if I'd heard it.
Where's the coffee at?
Right here.
We were sitting and we were watching one of those, Bigfoot hunter shows on Discovery or whatever. And they used to rant and rave about how they were with my older brother. I wasn't there for it, but they were with my older brother, Ryan. And they were... They were talking about how while they were in the woods, they heard this weird, god-awful scream sound. And it freaked them out, and it didn't sound like anything they'd ever heard before. And it was like fucking 6 or 7 years after the fact. And we were watching some Discovery Channel, we were finding Bigfoot type show or whatever.
Yeah.
And these people were playing audio that they had recorded while they were out allegedly hunting Bigfoot one time. And they played the audio, and my dad just goes fucking ghost white and looks at my mom, and mom was like, doesn't that? And dad was like, yeah. And so they kept rewinding it, and they played it like 6 or 7 times, and they were like, you remember when we were telling you about the sound that we heard while we were out with, blah, blah, blah. And, like I said, call me a healthy skeptic. Okay. I don't consider myself a full-blown believer, but I think it's arrogant to simply think that
I feel that way about space and aliens because I feel like we're
I feel the same way about it.
The universe is too expansive.
I'll bet there's fucking millions of planets just like this one out there.
Oh, I'm sure.
Where there's assholes doing exactly like
right,
what
and
doing.
like I said the other day, I'm determined we'll never be visited by aliens because their space program's so jammed up by their.
Now,
and there's just too much distance.
Yeah.
Did I disappear behind the wheel of my car and lose 6 hours of time? No. Did I have weird fucking memories of being probed and taken in little gray men and stuff like that? No. But did I lose a night of sleep and wake up with little weird marks on my arms and my neck? Yeah, one time. It was really weird.
That is weird.
It was really weird.
All the space shows are tackling the distance now. Even like even if they're traveling from one place to another, it still takes them a long time to get there, even at warp speed.
Dude, look at how long it takes us to get to Mars.
Right. Well, I'm just talking about sci-fi shows.
Yeah.
They're even addressing it. It's like we're on a mission.
It's not something
this season.
Quickly.
Yeah.
No. Elon Musk's hooker car just made it up there not too long ago, didn't it?
Yeah. It's not something you do quickly.
Kind of an aside. Isn't it weird how many fucking space launches there's been this year?
I like it. Personally.
I think it's odd.
I like it.
There's been like 2 a week.
If you've watched them shoot up and then come back down in the same that almost like Star Trek-y vertical landing where they just come back down and land like normal. I
Did anybody try and use Starlink yet?
No, I haven't.
No.
I downloaded the app on here and I haven't fucking tried it out yet.
I haven't.
What is it?
It's what they're launching. They're putting this Starlink satellites up.
Yeah.
It's Elon Musk's free internet thing.
Oh yeah. We were watching. Didn't we talk about that on the show?
Worldwide free internet, basically.
I downloaded.
When's it happening though?
The beta's out now.
Does it work?
I
don't know.
When's it ready? That's a good question.
But he's been putting satellites up all fucking year.
Yeah, you won't be able to stream with it.
No. Satellite internet.
Internet for poor kids.
Because we live in the recessed area that we live in,
yeah.
Even good satellite internet right now is garbage. It's going to be a good hot minute before we can get that to work where we live.
You know what rodeo internet is, right?
Yeah.
No.
I had it for a short while. It's
I'm
basically
I'm sorry.
What they use. You're familiar with it because you probably used it in the military. It's like they set up the nodes and stuff. That's why it was pitched to me. It's basically they come in, and basically they're pitching off a node like up by the Clarkston Sea.
Bad.
And it's not good. We had it for a week.
Not if you want to stream or do anything with your internet outside of check your email, no.
Yeah.
No thanks.
We tested it when I was trying to figure out how I was going to get rid of CenturyLink, because CenturyLink came and they were like, because I was like, what do you guys do about like high C stuff? I just asked the guy about like torrenting and stuff, and he's like, yeah, they don't really. Yeah, you could probably be fine. I got like 4 DMCA notices when I was with CenturyLink in the span of like 2 months. Yeah.
Wow.
So then I went back to
rotten fucking kids.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. But it definitely feels threatening when they're like, you could be fined up to $250,000
That seems absurd.
per instance.
All you do is, I'm sorry, I need to put a password on my Wi-Fi. Somebody must have been using it.
Yeah.
That's what I did. The one time I got caught, that's what I did.
You got a DMCA notice?
Uh-huh.
I just got the warning notice.
Well,
it was just basically they send it to CenturyLink, and then CenturyLink's like, well, we don't care, but we're gonna let our customer know.
No. See, I got a phone call from my wife, and she was like, "Hey, our internet's not working." And I was like, "Well, that's really weird. Turn the modem off and unplug the power and plug it back in. Try that." And she did that, and it still didn't work. And so I was at work, and I called them. I was like, yeah, no, we're current on our bill. What's going on? And they're like, yeah, it shows that you downloaded season 1 of Eastbound and Down to a folder titled D/download/Eastbound and Down. Like, they even knew what folder I downloaded it to.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, I don't download stuff illegally, but I live in an apartment complex. There's a strong possibility that somebody just used my Wi-Fi to download. And they were like, okay, well, do you need us to walk you through how to set up a password for your Wi-Fi? And I was like, no, I know how to do it. I just didn't think I needed to do it. And they're like, oh, okay, well, if you know how to do it, that's fine. But we need your verbal signature that you won't download anything else through illegal means, basically. Yeah. And that was the last time I ever downloaded anything from HBO. Because that was the time
I was getting hit for.
That was the time that I found out. HBO employs people. Literally, or they used to. I don't know that they still do. But HBO used to specifically employ people to seed their shit. That was their job.
So they could pick up those IPNs?
Was to illegally seed shit so that they could pick up the people that were downloading it.
Yeah.
That was their job.
Wow.
And I was like, fuck, I'm in the wrong line of work.
Oh,
but
shit.
I did some Google searching for it and found out, yeah, no, that was a thing. So I have never, that was, whenever Eastbound and Down Season 1
Mine was Game
out,
of Thrones.
Yeah, whenever Eastbound and Down Season 1 came out, that was the last time I ever downloaded anything from HBO, ever.
Mine was Game of Thrones, then I went to Kodi. Did you ever use Kodi?
No.
It's hit and miss. And I started having issues with like the quality, like to a noticeable point where it was like, So that's how I ended up just subscribing to HBO because I wanted to watch Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
But their content library is so
joke's on you.
Great. No, yeah, I know.
You're my queen.
That thing that I shared, that the person, you guys got it, didn't you? Where the lady said the thing about Game of Thrones, how it was like, it was
already forgotten.
It was
already out of
everything.
the.
It was fucking everything to everyone for almost 8 years.
People wearing their naming their kids Daenerys and Arya. We named our dog Arya.
And now it's gone.
Yeah, we have a dog named Arya.
Now
there was
nothing.
Fucking hundreds of little girls named Khaleesi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then she burned down the fucking city.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
No. And it's gone. Like,
and what's funny
no
is
one
that
rewatches it.
People who didn't watch the show 10 years from now are going to be like, Khaleesi, that's an interesting. Where did you get that? Oh, never mind.
Never mind. Well, and what's weird is but like she gets raped for almost the entirety of the first season.
Yeah. I don't understand.
Willingly.
I don't understand why you would name your child after. I don't know.
Yeah, I was watching a review of
I don't understand that.
KOTOR 2 the other day.
You want to set your daughter up for that? Like, I don't.
Yeah.
And you know who would be great as Kreia? Is, Jesus, I've forgotten their names already. Like, everything about the show is out of my head.
It's funny how that happens.
Fucking Tyrion's sister.
Cersei?
Yeah. Give her another couple years, she'd be a great Kreia.
Admittedly, I think she's too old for it now.
Kreia's super old.
I think if they...
She even loses a hand like Jaime Lannister.
I think that if they were doing it now...
Mm-hmm.
What show is this?
If they were to do a KOTOR 2 movie.
If they made a show out of the Knights of the Old Republic games.
Okay.
I think they would have had to do it when she was Cersei age.
Really?
I don't think they could do it now.
Why? Kreia doesn't have to do anything but sit in the ship and talk shit with an old voice.
She's not that old.
She's not. No, but I don't know.
They put a lot of makeup on her anyway because she has like a skin. She's got that rosacea.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I see. She was on Bear Grylls and you could like it all over her face.
Really?
Yeah.
What was she doing on Bear Grylls? Surviving?
Yeah. It was that show that he did on NBC for a while.
I really enjoyed that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of a different character.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
You looked at Kreia and you're like,
no,
yep.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of
Lena
a different
Headey.
character.
Yeah, Lena Headey.
Yeah, no, I was thinking of where's she at? I was thinking of Atris.
Oh, no. I would
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Different light-haired.
Yeah. No, geez. Khaleesi could do her though.
Too old for that. But no, she could totally do Kreia. Although I would honestly, she doesn't really have much action scenes to do, and she's old enough to do it. Helen Mirren. Have you seen Helen Mirren lately?
Is she looking rough yet?
No, far from it. I'd throw it to her.
I don't know. I was looking at some pictures of her when she was younger. I'm like, man, she's hotter now.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I don't think she fit her nose when she was younger.
No.
That might have been it. Yeah, I think you hit that nail on the nose.
On the nose.
Bang!
Yeah, because I remember seeing pictures of her when she was younger. I was like, what's going on with the nose?
She looks, and I'm not the first person to point this out, but she looks remarkably similar to Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of spooky.
Have you seen the young Diana Rigg pictures right up next to Natalie Dormer? That's something.
That was good casting.
Yeah.
They don't look identical, but they definitely look related.
Yeah. Like more mother-daughter than grandmother-granddaughter.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Mara looks an awful lot like my grandma.
I got to get home to my kids soon.
Yeah, we can get out of here.
Did we have one more topic before?
We had a few, but we can push them off.
The people planning to sue Facebook?
That one's kind of... Basically, they're suing over antitrust stuff, which would be cool to see Facebook die, but Facebook isn't going to die. They're not going anywhere.
They're not going anywhere.
Not until we die.
Nope.
No, like, it's our generation's thing. Like, we had the MySpace time, but, like, Facebook is what really grabbed us.
It's ingrained now. It's just that, like, there's no getting...
Yeah.
You can't shake it.
No. And as people die, it'll go away, but it'll be...
I don't know, man. I
10 years younger than me.
What was that new thing that people were all trying to get people to go to here
Parler?
just a couple weeks ago? Parler. And what did they use to try and tell everyone that they were going to Parler?
Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah. And all of those people that I saw that were saying, hey, I'm going to Parler, I'm getting off Facebook, they're still on Facebook.
Well, that's part of what Facebook's getting sued over is they're picking up these properties that are valuable, like Instagram and things like that, because they're they're popular with the kids. So anything that's up and coming, that's going to be like they're going to claim,
they snag them up.
They're going to claim that it's, and that's the monopoly piece of it. They're going to claim that we saved this, saved this thing from the startup from the ashes. Basically, we saved them from.
We gave it the Phoenix.
We gave them. We gave them.
Argument will die.
We gave it life, but they're not really giving it life. They're saving themselves. Basically, creating a crutch to lean on when eventually Facebook has to.
Yeah.
Well, or
they're eating the young.
They are. They really are.
That's a really apt fucking description.
It's the corporate adrenochrome.
That's a really apt description because that's exactly what they're doing.
They're going to suck in the young that way. That's how. Like, I think you're right. Facebook will stick around. I think what Facebook will do is it will continue to gobble up these little startups.
Okay,
and then it's gonna. But in order for those startups to succeed, they're going to have to suck into, like they're sucking these people into Facebook.
Go ahead.
So the internet started up, and you had your Outlook Express, and you had your
BBCs,
AOL, and you had your
BBSs. Sorry,
Netscape Navigator,
and you had all these things, and you had Yahoo and all this stuff, and everything eventually kind of conglomerated to Google, and then social media started, and you had your LinkedIn and your MySpace and your Facebook and your Instagram, and everything is slowly kind of conglomerating.
It's late.
Into Facebook. Google is not going anywhere, ever. The social media equivalent of that is Facebook. It's not going anywhere, ever.
And Google couldn't even make theirs work. Like, they could not.
No.
Google Plus is gone.
Yeah.
And I loved that platform.
And it
was awesome.
Dust in the wind.
Yeah.
Now.
Gone.
Facebook is...
But they have YouTube.
Facebook is the Skynet of social media.
And you can go on BitChute or whatever.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be places for people to go into their little corners. These niche places or whatever. But there'll be those little corners.
Exactly that. There'll be little niches.
Right. But Facebook, if you're wanting to do anything or accomplish anything, that's going to be where you're going to go.
How many real people do you think are on Twitter?
Percentage-wise?
Like, I know that we have our accounts, but I'm not on there. Like, I jump on Twitter every once in a while.
So how many accounts are updated regularly and, like, managed by actual people?
Yeah.
55 to 60%.
That much?
Yeah.
Somebody said the other day, and I'm sure it was a joke, but somebody said like 80% of Twitter is bots.
You got to think about how many people there are like us, though, who
just have one.
Nothing better to do with their time.
Who have 6 followers.
Yeah.
And it's
the
ones that matter.
And then there's influencer ones too.
Yeah, the ones that see literally hundreds of thousands of likes and stuff like that. The ones that are actually monitored by normal people are maybe 1 in a million.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, there's like some celebrity accounts, like Lance Reddick does his, because he posts videos and stuff, and he, like, you can tell that it's him.
Because I follow a couple people
running
who have
his political mouth on there.
Close to, 500,000 to 1 million followers, and they're actually run by a person. But for every one of those... There
are people that manage their own, but like for what was I doing the other day? I was looking for an actor when I was creating a tweet. Luke Wilson, he doesn't have a Twitter presence because you got to look for that little blue check mark.
Yep.
And if they don't have that blue check mark,
how many Luke Wilsons?
There's a lot of Luke Wilsons.
But there's also a ton of people who have blue check marks that are nobodies.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. There's an algorithm for that. You have to you can apply. I don't know the whole thing behind it, but you got to get so many followers, and then you can actually, you have to prove some sort of thing to Twitter to basically get a blue check mark.
Wow, I don't know.
It's
like,
bonkers.
sometimes you see some confirmed accounts, and there's
how do I know this guy?
A comment on it, like, how did you get confirmed?
Yeah,
there's a whole subreddit for that exact thing.
Yeah.
Shit, I had a big final thought. Oh, when I said that Facebook eating the young, much like Saturn, and it's the adrenochrome thing.
Yeah.
Like, how much of that do you think is just, what's that word? God, I can't think of any words tonight. Metaphor. How much of that do you think is metaphor?
Unfortunately, very little.
You think there's really people out there eating children?
Oh, you mean like literally?
Yeah.
Or figuratively? You're talking figuratively, not metaphorically.
No, like when they're saying with the constant child sacrifice and devil worship and all of that shit, like you think about it, like what are these people after, right? They're after money and power.
Yeah.
So that is really worshiping the devil.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Like that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So all of that, the trappings of it that people project onto them, whether they're doing those things or not, I mean, that's like metaphorically what they're doing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then you look at like Facebook eating the young. These young corporations are just being devoured by this older one.
Yeah, well, and I even saw it as eating the young as like our kids who who are pushing against Facebook because they're like, I don't want a Facebook account. Facebook's for you guys. That's old people shit.
That's old people shit.
But they're going to get drug into it anyway because Facebook is gobbling up all the things that they want.
They get drug into it. I am going to reference, and it's funny because I watched it last night, but the Dave Chappelle show on Netflix, Sticks and Stones, when he talks about Iceberg Slim in his book Pimp.
Uh-huh.
And the story of Iceberg with his bottom bitch and what he does to keep her as his bottom bitch.
Right.
And the lengths that he goes. I don't know if you've seen this.
To extend her hoe mileage?
Yeah, to extend the mileage on her hoe. So the story is that Iceberg has his bottom bitch, which your bottom bitch, if you're not familiar, is like your head bitch when you're a pimp. She's not only the one who brings in the most money, but she's the one who helps keep your bitches in line.
Yeah.
And he realizes that she is about at the end of her mileage. So he sets her up, realizes she is about to be done being able to be his hoe. And he's like, hey, I understand that you want to get out, but you need to go, and you need to go over to this place, and I need you to be with this one guy. This is the last thing I need you to do for me. And when you go over there, I need you to have him have some of this drink and have sex with him, and then take the suitcase out from under his bed, and you'll be done. And so she goes over, and she does it. Whatever happens, happens. She comes back like a half hour later, and she's in full-blown fucking hysterics because she thinks that the dude is dead. And he's like, well, what happened? And she's like, well, we killed him. I gave him the drink that you said that I should give him. And he's like, no. We didn't kill him. You did. Now tell me what happened. And she gives him the whole drink, and she thinks that he's died. So she comes back freaking out. So he's like, it's okay. I'm going to get this taken care of. I'll call some people. Calm down. Don't worry about it. So he has some people come, and they come with a big carpet, and they show up to the place, and he takes the suitcase, which is full of a bunch of money, and he gives the moving people a little bit of the money out of the suitcase, and they roll the dead body up in the carpet, and they take the dead body out of there, and he sits her down, and he's like, hey, we have a secret now. You don't want people to know about this happening. So you're not going to tell anybody about this, and I'm not going to tell anybody about this, and we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And lo and behold, he admits later in the story, the stuff that he had her give the guy was nothing. The guy pretended to be dead. The moving people who came and picked up the dead body were already paid on the take beforehand, and were just paid to come and pretend to move a dead body. And the entire situation was set up to perpetuate her fake reality to keep her fed into it. That's what they are trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
And they will continue to go to extenuating circumstances to keep that going, because You're not.
That's
talking
their
about,
business model.
You're talking about billions and billions because again, like Google, Facebook ain't fucking going anywhere.
Right.
You're talking about billions and hundreds of billions of dollars now. It's not some small thing.
Yeah, no,
So
and they're
if
gonna be the ones.
If they can link it into your Google Nest, or they can link it into your Alexa, or they can link it into any little thing that people are going to try to have into their lives, they're going to, and it's going to be there.
What do you guys think of that, Alexa and shit like that? I don't have them.
I hate them.
My girlfriend bought me an Alexa about 3 months ago now. I still have not installed it.
We had 3 when I was still married to Katie.
They make me uncomfortable.
They were everywhere. Like there was one behind the TV.
I already know my phone. I already know my phone is listening to me.
Yep.
I don't think I need to buy things with the express intent to listen to me.
They make me uncomfortable.
I bought a Ring doorbell, and that feels different to me because it's for
pointed out in front of the house.
It's pointed out to see who's knocking on my door.
If you've ever seen, and I don't have the link here handy to show, but there was a guy who got off of a murder charge because of his Alexa. Because his wife tried to say that he was doing something, and they pulled up the recordings from his Alexa in his house to show that he was not there at the time. I don't need something in my house.
What about all the embarrassing shit?
Yeah, exactly. I don't need I don't need something in my house that records what I do 24 hours a day.
No.
Sorry, I already have enough of that. I don't need to voluntarily
subject yourself to it.
In my house.
See, I felt that way too, and I run into like people who I would think they're like, "Oh, stay away from Big Brother," but then they're like, "I have Alexa. I have Alexa." Like,
yeah.
But then there's smart TVs. I mean, all these TVs are the same thing. They've got the microphone in them.
They've got the camera.
And I don't think ours has a camera in it, but
mine doesn't have that. But
the laptop
my
does.
Fire Stick does.
The laptop does. That's staring at us right now.
Yeah. Well, we're doing this voluntarily, though.
Well, yeah, but it's on even when you don't turn it on.
Right.
No, it's like I said, I open myself up to enough of it as is. I don't need something in my house that is literally recording everything that goes on 24 hours a day. There's no amount of convenience that I can get from that makes me okay with it.
Nope.
Because it makes me nervous.
Well, and there's
I do miss being able to just shout out a song into the air and have it play. Like Alexa, play Nikita by Elton John, and then it just busts it out.
Alexa has a thing that because we use it at her house because she has a couple of them set up. Alexa has a thing called Song Quiz, and it's literally like name that tune.
There's choose your own adventure games.
And you can play
There's a Batman one where you solve a mystery.
All over the world, and that's super fun. Don't get me wrong, but is that worth it to me? Nope. No.
I have the voice activation or the voice thing on my because I have a Fire Stick. So it's got the Alexa voice thing.
Yeah.
Never used it once. Mm-hmm. It's always telling me, try this. Say Alexa.
Even the apps.
Show me a movie. I don't.
Even the apps that I have on my phone that need to know my location, I have it set because they give you the option. They say, do you want it to know your location? Do you want it to not know your location?
Or when you're using your app.
Or do you want it to know the location when you're using your app?
Right.
It is always only when I'm using the app.
Right.
I do not leave it on otherwise. Because people know enough about me as it is.
Yeah, what do they need to know what you're doing?
They don't.
Or where you're going?
They don't.
Oh. Well, yeah, it's like when I get into my car, it's like, it'll take you 11 minutes to drive home from here. I'm like, okay.
Creepy.
Yeah.
You know a little too much about me there, phone.
Yeah. Well, and then, like you leave your phone behind sometimes.
It makes me uncomfortable.
And... yeah, you feel freer.
Yeah.
When you don't have your phone.
Very.
And I remember I didn't have one before I went in the Army.
You have that 30-second to 3-minute panic where you're like, I fucking don't.
What am I going to occupy my hands with?
I don't have my phone. But then once you resign yourself to the fact that you don't have your phone.
It's a whole better world.
Yeah.
But... I had a corded phone when I lived where Rick's at. I had that phone that hung on the wall, and that was it.
A corded
if I
landline.
wasn't home, you couldn't get a hold of me.
Yep.
And you know what?
Now
That's
you have,
okay.
and now you have no excuse with an employer.
You
can't even be like, I wasn't home.
I really genuinely do.
You'll get shamed. I don't have this with my job because my job's different. But if you're working in, like, say, a retail environment or something, and someone's trying to call you to cover a shift and you don't answer your phone, like, imagine the shame.
Why didn't you answer
your phone?
I
didn't have it on me. I didn't have it on me.
The first thing that people say is, "You really expect me to believe you didn't have your phone in your hand for 4 hours?"
Yeah, we called you. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I hate that so
I'll
much.
go 8-10 hours without seeing my phone.
So much.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if my phone's on the charger, I put my phone on the charger downstairs and I'm upstairs doing this, and I don't see my phone for a couple hours. Is that the exception, not the rule? Yeah, that's the exception, not the rule. But I don't like that that's an option.
Right.
That's what bothers me. Is that
we've suddenly given employers
we've given everyone
leverage to be
we've given everyone, not just employers, but everyone, the access to be like, oh, so you expect me to think you couldn't get a hold of me? That's no. Just because you're not doing something and you can't come to the phone at the time doesn't mean that you're not busy.
Right.
Oh yeah.
But people don't see it that way.
No, I don't. That's why I didn't have one before the Army. Like,
it's like
there
when
was
we
no
have our,
reason for
like
me to
when we
be
have our chat
available to
conversations.
everyone all the time.
Yeah.
First cell phone I ever got was because of work, because I had to. Because if I wasn't at my desk, I needed people to be able to get a hold of me.
When I worked at Pizza Hut, I was required to have a pager.
I was 20 years old when I got my first cell phone, and it was when I was working at the Chevy dealership, and it was literally, we'll help you pay for it because if you're not at your desk, we need a way to get a hold of you when you're not at your desk.
Yeah, that's what you should argue, is like, you should pay for it then.
Yeah.
Like, it should be a company provided.
I didn't even have to argue it. They offered it because they were like, hey, we need to get a hold of you if you're not at your desk, so we're going to get you paid up on a cell phone.
That was one of my
That was where my cell phone use
big
started.
problems with the Army. Was
Didn't have one.
Yeah.
Didn't want one.
They had to be able to get a hold of you. But
I don't like the idea of people being able to get a hold of you at a moment's notice.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like when we have our conversations, like there'll be hours that'll go by where one or the other of us don't respond to.
And then we have
stuff.
29 messages
but then they'll be like,
to catch up. They're like,
then we're flooded.
Christ.
Yeah. But there's times, exactly, because there's times I'm like, or I'll see a notification. I'm like, I don't have time to look at this right now, and I'll set it down.
I'll go back to it. And I'm like, oh, they're talking about something, and I don't have time to be in the conversation, so I'll just deal with it later.
Right.
But nowadays, with the availability of that stuff, there is no I'll see it later, because 90% of people automatically take it as, oh, what are you ducking me for?
Yeah.
The expectation, like, I don't,
left me on
but
red.
the expectation is like, you saw what I posted.
Yeah.
Why haven't you addressed it?
That's one thing I don't like about Messenger, because my phone, I don't send read receipts. I have it set so it doesn't send. Because almost every, like, the standard is that it sends that the person has read the message. Fuck you. I don't want people to know that I've already looked at the message. No.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can change that setting on Messenger.
But
on Messenger, I don't know, because it moves your little
picture. It puts your
down.
picture down, as soon as you're active, which is creepy.
But with you guys, I don't mind, because I know you're not fucking yahoos. But like half of these people are like, well, why didn't you get back to me as soon as you looked? Well, because, and some of them, like Jake's in Korea, so he understands if I have looked at something in the middle of the night
and don't respond.
Because he's on a different fucking time zone, and most of my Army buddies are that way because they're wherever. And if I just look at something in the middle of the night, it's different than whatever, which is something you shouldn't do anyway. I should plug that in out in the other room. But I am a huge opponent of having
constant availability.
Yeah,
me too.
Even if I'm on my device, like I
can be sitting and browsing Reddit, and if you message me, that does not mean I'm
not dropping what I'm doing right now to
you. Because spoiler alert, I don't live to fucking answer people.
Yeah, I do it to my dad. I do it to like everybody I know. It's like I'll get to you when I get to you.
Yeah. Well, and half
I mean,
the time, if
usually,
my
generally,
phone's in
I'm
my pocket, I
pretty
don't hear it.
pretty prompt on my turnaround because
Nine
my
times.
phone's with me more than it's not with me. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't, but
Mine is too, and 9 times out of 10, the only person that I honestly respond to with any kind of haste is my girlfriend.
yeah.
If it's something important, like if Matthew messages me or my mom messages me or something like that, I will get to it. But I've lost count of how many times she and I will be hanging out and my phone will be going ding, 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 ding. And she's like, yeah, you're popular. And I'm like, yeah, it's Chris and Ward. And they're going back and forth about something and I'm just not taking part in it right now. And I'll get to it when I get to it. It's just, I don't like that because it builds that level of expectation. If you're immediately available to everyone, over time, people start to expect you to be immediately available to them.
And then when you're not, then they take it
when you're
personally.
not.
Yeah.
And that's bullshit.
And then you get anxious if you can't be.
Yeah.
Which is terrible.
Yeah. But
On that note.
Yeah. We're always available for you folks at the Time Spent Poorly program.
Well, they are.
Thank you so much for joining us for another fine episode of the Time Spent Poorly show. Over here, I've got Hudds, at Hudds Magruder on Twitter, at at Real Ron Warner on Twitter.
Merry Christmas, folks.
And also, you guys have the same handles for Instagram too, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Follow us on those, and then at Time Spent Poorly Network on Facebook and Instagram, and at TSPN Media on Twitter. Thanks again. We'll catch you next time. When we come back, we'll be rounding out the third season of our program, second season as under the Time Spent Poorly show. But starting in January, it'll be a whole new season, but everything stays the same. Thanks again. I'll talk to you guys later.